I'd like to call to order the Westerly Town Council meeting, regular meeting for Monday, June 22nd, 2026. We have, the council is missing, Council Aiello and, Mike Niemeyer. I'm still asleep over there. All other councilors are here. The town manager, the town solicitor, the town sergeant, and the town clerk are present. First, I'd like to ask Councilor Van Dover if you would give the invocation.
Lord, thank you for the blessings of waking up to another day. Before this day begins, we choose to set down the worries we cannot control and lift up a heart full of gratitude for all you have done. Thank you for the prayers you answered and the battles you fought for us and the grace you gave us on the days we struggled the most. As I move through today, help us not to overlook the simple gifts that surround us, the people we love, the breath in our lungs, and the hope that comes from knowing you are near. Fill our hearts with peace that is deeper than circumstances and joy that does not depend on what happens around us. Let this day be a reminder that even the smallest blessings are evidence of your unfailing love and faithfulness. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please recognize Councilor Aiello is now with us. First on the agenda are recognitions, awards, and memorials. I would ask that Mr. Jim Wolf of the 250th Committee please describe what the essay writing competition is all about. Thank you for coming.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Chairman Duhamel, Vice Chairman Shalaba, distinguished members of the Town Council, fellow citizens. My name is James Wolf, and I am honored to stand before you this evening representing the Westerly 250 Commission as chairman of the Westerly Time Capsule Project. I first presented this project to the Town Council on December 1st, 2025. At that time, I shared a vision of creating a community-wide effort that would preserve the stories, memories, and experiences of the people of Westerly for future generations. The time capsule will contain letters and photographs from our townspeople, our students, our churches, civic organizations, and businesses, large and small, from the Ocean House to the Windjammer, from the high school to the Haversham, and from countless other establishments throughout the community. While larger cities across America are developing time capsules of their own, Westerly stands alone. Westerly is the only town in America doing anything like this, with this level of community engagement across our country. In January of this year, I appeared before the Westerly School Committee and extended an invitation to every student and faculty member in the Westerly Public Schools to become part of this once-in-a-lifetime project. I am pleased to report that our students and faculty members accepted the invitation and contributed to the Westerly Time Capsule Project. As part of that initiative, an essay contest was held at the Westerly High School to commemorate the 250th anniversary of the founding of our nation. Two students distinguished themselves through their exceptional writing and thoughtful reflections on America's semi-quincentennial. Last Wednesday, these students were honored with United States flags that were flown over the U.S. Capitol in Washington, D.C. This evening, we are pleased to recognize them once again before this distinguished body. Their names are McKinley Santos and Samantha Giorno. Moreover, in my capacity as a member of the Rhode Island Society of the Sons of the American Revolution, I have the privilege of presenting each of them with a certificate recognizing their outstanding writing achievement in the Westerly High School essay contest commemorating the 250th anniversary of our great country. McKinley and Samantha, thank you for your talent, your patriotism, and for helping ensure that the voices of Westerly's young people will be preserved for those who open this time capsule 100 years from now on July 4th, 2126. Congratulations to both of you, and may your words inspire generations of Westerly residents yet to come. Thank you very much, and God bless America.
Thank you for that backdrop, Mr. Wolf. The council would like to give recognitions for McKinley Santos, Wesley's 250th anniversary essay writing competition winner, read by Councilor Vandover.
The Westerly Town Council extends congratulations to McKinley Santos. In recognition of her outstanding achievement as the winner of the Westerly 250th Anniversary Essay Writing Competition, through her thoughtful writing, historical insight, and appreciation for the founding principles of our nation, she demonstrated exceptional scholarship, civic engagement, and pride in her community while reflecting upon the significance of the 250th anniversary of the United States of America. Her essay exemplifies the spirit of citizenship and patriotism that has guided our nation for nearly 2.5 centuries. By sharing her perspective on America's past, present, and future, she has helped inspire others to reflect upon the enduring values of freedom, democracy, and service. The Westerly Town Council commends McKinley Santos for her achievements and extends its sincere appreciation for her participation in the Westerly 250th Anniversary Celebration and the Westerly Time Capsule Project, which will preserve the voices of today's generation for the citizens of 2126. In witness hereof, we have hereby set our hands and caused the seal of the town of Westerly to be hereunto affixed this 22nd day of June, 2026. Signed by all counselors. Congratulations, honey.
If you could, please come up and accept the. Congratulations.
Yeah.
And next, the congratulations for Samantha Giorno, Wesley 250th Anniversary Essay Writing Competition winner, read by Councilor Shalaba.
The Westerly Town Council extends congratulations to Samantha Giorno in recognition of her outstanding achievements as the winner of the Westerly 250th Anniversary Essay Writing Competition. Throughout her thoughtful writing, historical insight, and appreciation for the founding principles of our nation, she demonstrated exceptional scholarship, civil engagement, and pride in her community while reflecting upon the significance of the 250th anniversary of the United States of America. Her essay exemplifies the spirit of citizenship and patriotism and that has guided our nation for nearly 2.5 centuries. By sharing her perspectives on America's past, present, and future, she has helped inspire others to reflect upon the enduring values of freedom, democracy, and service. The Westerly Town Council commends Samantha Giorno for her achievements and extends its sincere appreciation for her participation in the Westerly 250th Anniversary Celebration and the Westerly Time Capsule Project, which will preserve the voices of today's generation for the citizens of 2126. In witness hereof, we have hereby set our hands at the cause of the seal of the town of Westerly to be hereunto affixed this 22nd day of June, 2026, signed by all councilors.
And finally, celebration for the American 250th Time Capsule, 4th of July, 2026, combination read by Councilor Petra.
The Westerly Town Council celebrates July 4th, 2026 in the town of Westerly, a day celebrating 250 years of American independence and celebrating the opening of our America 250 time capsule. In the year that this proclamation passed, 2026, the people of Westerly buried this time capsule in the hopes that you, the residents of Westerly, reading this 1 century hence, would know that we were a proud and patriotic people who laid it in the ground, that we were a dedicated people who worked to ensure that the benefits of liberty would pass down to you unharmed, that we were an optimistic people who looked at the coming century with such hope that we could not wait 100 years to declare this day of celebration. Whatever challenges may come, we stand ready to blaze a trail that leads to you and your own liberty. Take our words and our artifacts as a record of the kind of people that Westerly was, and make your July 4th, 2026 a celebration worthy of the next century of freedom. Signed by all councilors.
You accept, Mr. Wolf? Well, yeah.
Right here, real quick now.
Thank you for everything. Very good. Now the council would like to ratify and confirm awards that were already given out. First is congratulations to Joseph Joe Michelli, Ocean Community Chamber of Commerce 2026 Citizen of the Year. Next, congratulations to Angela Tommen Miller, Ocean Community Chamber of Commerce 2026 Key Award. And lastly, recognition of Ellison Tarzan Brown for the dedication at the train station. Thanks. Presentations, there are none. Next,
Mr. President, I'll make a motion to ratify and confirm.
so moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion to ratify and confirm.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Presentations, there are none. For citizens' comments, this is a section of citizens' comments which are delegated to or limited to agenda items only. Citizens have a sign-up sheet if it's anybody on it. Our sergeant is collecting it. None, no. So there's nobody that had signed up previously. If there's anyone in the audience that would like to speak at this time about an agenda item, please come forward. Hey.
Good afternoon, good evening. I'm Matt Ferraro, 65 Margin Street. I just have one comment about the suspension of the bike ped path and cycle advocate for the town. I know that this position or this committee has been defunct for quite a while. So I see no reason why you wouldn't disband it. Right now, I see a lot of issues with the roadways. I'm a cyclist. I've cycled for 50 years. I'm also sponsored by a local bike shop. And I'm seeing a lot of really ineffective roadways. So if you're going to take something away officially, I would like the town to come up with a maybe better operating procedures as far as giving the cyclists some kind of advocacy. There's a couple of practices that the town does, such as when you have a major highway project, you invite people to come and see the project. But I would ask the town would review their procedures and possibly hire a paid consultant and actually take their advice when you have a major roadway. I see a lot of problems all over town. I don't know if there's an effective way of communicating these problems to the town. For example, I was riding over the Easter weekend and I noticed paint chips along the side of the road after the white lines on the side of the road were removed. And this is the second time I found debris from roadway projects. So I called first the state DEM because they were paint chips, and I just was really kind of surprised that a contractor would just leave paint debris. And they said, well, it's probably not lead, but we could send somebody down to look at it. I said, okay, fine. Said you could take pictures, but we're not going to use them. And I said, okay, just check it out. So then I called the town and Public Works Department, and I was directed to call the state. It was a Monday after Easter. Public Works manager was out. So I called the state DOT. And once again, I got shuffled around. And the answer from the state DOT was, well, if the paint chips are there in a week, call us back. And so 3 calls, something I noticed as a cyclist, something I see as a totally unacceptable practice. And so I try to make the appropriate calls, and I just got nowhere with it. So I let it be. I guess this practice is kind of proliferating. I saw some paint chips on top of East Ave after that section of roadway. So I'm asking that the town like review how you get complaints, whether they need to be fixed immediately, whether they need to actually be looked at by the appropriate government official. So I'll leave it up to you to figure out how to fill in the gaps as far as offering an alternative to this committee. I was very involved in the bike ped path of 2019, the project. And I think that's exactly when the committee actually lost interest. I've had ISO 9001 training, and we wanted the bike path down by the beach, and that's what we got. But I don't think we actually studied the Langworthy corner as far as its safety aspect. And I keep seeing something that's very disturbing. This is again as a cyclist. The traffic island sign keeps getting knocked down. This is the 3rd time it's happened. So the town should, I would recommend the town should maybe go back and actually study this, figure out if you need to widen the island, or actually do a study and figure out why it's so, this sign keeps getting knocked down, and just put it back up. You guys have to figure out like how to correct problems. There was a fatal accident, bike accident in 2020, I believe. So this is part of the situation without having an advocacy group. I want to hand this off to somebody in the town. I know I didn't email it before the meeting.
All right, thank you. If you could summarize and
Okay,
you could hand that out.
I want like a procedure for who do you notify when you see something like this?
Yeah, we'll work with the manager
Yeah,
on
just
that.
sit there and
Thank you for bringing it to our attention.
get run around the flagpole as far as.
Thank you for bringing it to our
Can you
attention.
actually like fix this problem, study it and widen the aisle, get rid of the width of the aisle, or do something? So that this
Thank you,
doesn't-
sir. Your 5 minutes is up at this point, but we get the issue.
You can hand those to the clerk if you like.
Is there anyone else in the audience at this time that would like to come forward and speak to the council on an agenda item for 5 minutes of time? Seeing none. I'll entertain council's response. Council Ely,
You're gonna say ILO.
I almost did.
Thank you very much for coming up to speak. I apologize that I didn't catch your first name, sir. But I would like to respond to you if you're still here. Um, for getting this information to us personally, on our website, there's a report an issue button. And you can report anything. You can report if there's a squirrel in the road, you can report if you find a sinkhole. No matter what it is, that portal, and then what that does is it goes directly to our town manager, who then disperses it out to where it needs to be. It sounds like the study, and I apologize, it was really hard to hear, but it sounds like the road you were talking about was a state road. And if it's the median that I'm thinking of, I brought this up, I think it was last summer, to Town Manager Lacy, because the sign had gotten hit down almost a dozen times in less than a month span, just because it's, especially in the summertime, we have people here that don't know the roads. And I believe, please correct me if I'm wrong when you can, but I think the state did do a study out there. I know that that's crazy to hear. I know that that doesn't cross all of our Ts and dot our Is, but I do think that there was some kind of study done there. So additionally to that, to going on the website, our email for all of us, it'll get all of us, town manager, town solicitor, town council at westerlyri.gov. Send us as many emails as you want. We want to help you. And if there's something we can do, 100% we're going to do it. We are always asking for people to contact us, do exactly what you did, come to the podium. I'm very thankful that you came tonight. Part of abolishing the committee that you came to speak about really was just because it's inactive. If there was a group, say, a group of 7 people, you guys really want to bring this back on, let us know. We can get something going for you guys. But what you're asking it doesn't do what this previous committee did, so we would have to rework the ordinance anyways. But anything when it comes to safety, I mean, I live in Bradford, so all of the bikes, all of the time, right there at the preserve. So I've gotten a lot better at sharing the roads, but it's really hard when we have this much space to give you guys. So I appreciate you coming out. Please feel free to reach out, and we'll do what we can for you. I can put my word on that.
Thank you. Any others? Councilor Vandover?
Yeah, I agree everything that, Counselor Healy said. I just wanted to kind of ease your mind about lead paint. If you thought it was lead paint and maybe that it very well could have been. However, lead paint has been banned from residential use since 1978. I'm actually a real estate appraiser. If we find any lead paint at a home, it has to be scraped off and removed, and you can't put lead paint back onto a residential, either outside a building or inside. But if it was for road marking, there may have been some lead in there. I'm not sure, but it's very rare that they use lead paint any longer. So just to put your mind at ease with that. And also, Counselor Healy covered all the angles as far as ways to reach us and reach out to the manager. So please take advantage of that. We're glad that you came. We're glad that you're here. The only way we know about some of these things is if you show up. So thank you very much.
Any other councilors? Councilor Petra?
I'll be voting to not disband this committee. I think that we have, well, for other reasons, but I think there's, the issue, well, let's put it this way. It used to be all kids pedaled bikes. It was great exercise. Now every kid I see has got an e-bike, so they're not really getting exercise. I don't think we have the infrastructure in town for a lot of this. I mean, it's good down the beach. We gave an $18,000 gift to the NBA about a month or so ago and put some bikes down the beach, but there's a lot of skinny roads in town. I think you're gonna see some fatal accidents, and I think some of these e-bikes weaving in and out of traffic. I'd like to see the committee stay on and talk about that a little bit and figure out if there is something we could adjust on infrastructure, even a line on the side of the road or some places that you could bike more safely. So I don't think it's a good time, especially with the way bikes are evolving. I don't know if it's a good time to get rid of this committee, but it is what it is, so.
Any other councilors? Councilor Ayo.
Thank you. Couple of notes on the Bike Path and Cycling Advisory Commission. I was on the council when it was established yeah, the main focus at that time was that potential loop, Atlantic Avenue, Weekapaug Road, Shore Road, and Winnapaug. The study was done on that, and it was going to be an exorbitant amount of money. And they weren't going to be able to make a complete path along Shore Road without crossing over because of granite and other things in the way. It was going to be in the millions just for that. And then you're right, the group did fizzle after that, and I was the liaison for that committee, and the chair refused to have another meeting to talk about anything else after that particular project fell through. And then it just fizzled. Now I know, and I was approached, I was off the council in 2022. I was approached by somebody who was interested in getting back on it. But he informed me that he was denied that. Not by a full council, but he was kept from, basically kept from applying. I don't remember if he actually submitted an application or if he was told, don't even bother. Not by the clerk, by the way, not by the clerk, but it was a person on the council at the time. So that was a little disheartening there. And there are things that could be done with the existing committee. I mean, talk about it a little bit more during the public hearing, be part of the record. But it would be easier to keep that. And then if people are interested, we can always tweak it if it needs tweaking. It's a lot easier and less time consuming to tweak something than to advertise repeal it and then develop a new one and re-advertise to create it. So it's better just to let it be. It's not hurting anybody, not costing anybody any money. It's not hurting the taxpayers, but it's there if people want to join. So that's my philosophy about that and some other committees. Let's not waste the taxpayers' money on advertising these committees that aren't hurting anybody and not costing anybody anything. Just leave it be for now. Langworthy Road and Shore Road intersection. Yeah, I've seen that sign knocked down multiple times. Both are state roads. There are sidewalks approved for both sides of Langworthy. We got that on and the state approved it. So that was back, I forget which council it was. But I brought that forward to the full council and as part of the whole town's request for the state transportation improvement program, the council approved it. It went on, the state approved it. This year we asked them to include, you would think that the road paving would be included, but it hadn't been. So asking the state to include the road paving when they do the sidewalk. So that's projected for Langworthy. So I'm thinking maybe that could be a good time to potentially have the state and maybe the manager can reach out to the state at the proper time and to do something with that intersection. Maybe it's just tweaking that island a little bit or not. And if that's the paint that people were talking about, I think the NBA paints that blue stuff around those islands. And I'm not sure what paint. I saw somebody coming out of Home Depot one time with a can of paint, so I'm not sure what kind they're using, but it should be the reflectorized type paint that DOT uses on the highways. So I'm thinking probably DOT probably ought to be painting those things from now on. And it could be that that's a dark area, so you need something with a little more visibility than non-reflective blue paint, if it is non-reflective. So, thank you.
The response, because we do have an
God bless.
agenda item about the committees that you are.
Yeah, no, that
Well,
was all
welcome
about
to-
the response because they brought it up. I'm done.
Okay, thank you. Any other counselors? I'm going to move on to the consent calendar. Approval of minutes are none. B, fiscal matters. Resolution authorizing the waiver of penalty for late payments of $822.71. Item B2, resolution authorizing the waiver of penalty for late payments $60.38. Do I have a,
Motion to approve both fiscal matters, item B 1 and 2.
I'll second that.
motion made and seconded, discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Both are approved. Item C, resignations and appointments of the Westerly Housing Authority. I'll defer to Councilor Healy, the Chair of the Appointment Committee.
Thank you. The appointment subcommittee actually has another 1 or 2 people to interview for the Housing Authority. So at the request of our chair, is that okay, our president, sorry, is that okay? Or would you like us to bring the name forward the one that we had interviewed?
We typically rely on the Appointments Committee, their recommendations. If you feel you need more time, that's fine. If you want to move forward. I
Well,
thought you had someone that you,
we did. We interviewed one woman. The problem is that there were 2 others. So maybe we'll postpone until the next meeting.
okay?
So then in the meantime, the Municipal Land Trust, so the appointment subcommittee brings forward Gail Barrington to fill the seat on the Municipal Land Trust.
So Gail
That is not a reappointment, no.
Barrington for the Municipal Land Trust.
Yes.
Has been nominated. All in favor of,
Aye.
any opposed? Thank you, Ms. Barrington. Does that conclude the appointments?
It does. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Thank you, committee. Moving on, item 6, public hearings advertised on 5/30/26 and 6/6/26 and 6/13/26 for this meeting time. 6A, a proposed ordinance, an ordinance and amendment of chapter 1439 of the general ordinances of the town of Westerly entitled Reenact and Readopt Chapter 1242 entitled The Westerly, Rhode Island Zoning Ordinance of 1998 as amended. Discussion and possible action.
Make a motion to open the public hearing.
I'll second that.
Motion by Councilor Healy, second by Councilor Vandover to open the public hearing. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We are now in a public hearing. I'd like to recognize Mr. Levesque, the planning and zoning solicitor, who was here to present or ask or answer questions.
Good evening, everybody. We went through this in some detail already at a previous hearing. I'm here to take questions this evening. I just want to remind you of a few things. The changes that were made to the items that you have in front of you are mainly to bring all of these local zoning ordinances in compliance with the changes that have been made to state law. The only other thing I want to point out is that my version, which I used during the last hearing, still has in it on page 6 of 20, 260/47 rear lots. We all agreed that is not going to be something you're going to be.
I
passing.
believe that was stricken from the advertisement also.
Okay, wanted to make sure that was the case. Otherwise, what you have before you is exactly as represented.
Thank you. So essentially, this is accepting or codifying the state law. It's not creating new law. There are applicants that are presently working with the planning department on implementing the state law, which they have a right to do. The town doesn't have a say in that. But this would give greater authority on the details of
Yeah,
how.
It makes everything clear so that an applicant applying doesn't have any confusion between looking at our local ordinance and then looking at state law and finding a conflict and trying to figure out, all right, what do I do now? It makes it clear that we're following the state law, even though frankly, you have to anyway.
Thank you for that summary. At this point, I'll ask anyone in the audience if they would like to come forward to speak on the proposed zoning ordinance. And I see nobody at this time. Does the council wish to speak? Council Shalaba?
I'd actually like the council to look at the memo that was placed on their desk from Ann Thomas with possible fixing a couple of typos. in the ordinance.
Have you seen this, Mr. Levesque?
I have, and I actually agree with both of them. I caught the with during our last review and the last hearing that was missing. And the that, it's actually grammatically correct, even though you could not have it as well.
So these could be Scrivener's errors that could be corrected.
Correct.
Thank you. Council I'm sorry. Are you?
No, I was going to make a motion then if you believe in that, we accept all of these that were presented to us to add to this adoption, to this ordinance.
You mean the two Scrivener's errors that were
Yes,
just
yeah.
addressed? Yes.
Thank you.
I'll second that. Mary, do we have to read this into the record, or is this already in the record from Ms. Thomas?
It has not been entered into the record.
Okay, I'd like to enter this into the record for Ms. Ann Thomas.
I'll second that if you need a second.
Okay, we have a motion made and seconded to accept the Scrivener's errors identified by Ann Thomas in an email dated Sunday, June 21st, 2026, 7:48 a.m., received by the clerk on June 22nd, 2026. Discussion on the acceptance of incorporating this.
I think incorporating this whole document, no, because, yeah, just this section here, because lines 1014 through 1017, these don't matter because we can't do anything about it because it's state regulation, whether she disagrees with it or not. I was going to bring that forward to speak about as well. There's nothing we can do about it. So that the lower half of this 1014 through 1017 is obsolete. I'm sorry. And
The motion was only regarding the words with and that. That was
Right.
it.
and the one above it, lines 822 through 825, right? Regarding shoreline property lines, we can't do anything with that either. It's all state mandated.
Very good. Thank you for that clarification.
And-
Motion was on the table to accept the typos.
Just to clarify that with, that also included removing the comma. We don't have to get that picky.
The motion was
No,
made to accept the
there's
typos
word-
in
there's word too.
263 and
No, I know there's a word and a
453.
comma. There's a comma and a word.
any other comments on the typos? I agree. All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion approved to modify the zoning ordinance. Any other comments from the council, Councilor Vandover?
I want to
Council-
preface this by
Councilor
saying,
Petra?
sorry, I just want to preface this by saying, I understand what we're doing. We have to align ourselves with state law. So I have no problem if this passes tonight, but, I'll vote no. And the reason I'm voting no is because I just don't believe that South County as an area has been represented well in prominence in these laws for a long time. And maybe it's just me, voicing my opinion with a no on this, but I understand why it's going to pass and I don't have a problem with it. So I just wanted to make that clear. Thank you.
Any other comments?
Yeah, for the record, myself, I know we have no choice, but I can't support a lot of this. There's a lot of stuff in here. And I don't appreciate the state shoving their rules down our throat. We're a small town. Zoning for a small town versus zoning for Providence or Newport or Middletown does not reflect what happens here in Westerly. They need to keep their politics out of our town, and I don't agree with it at all. So I will also be a no on this regardless. Thank you.
Any other comments? Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Levesque, I just would like to know for the record that all of these changes are strictly to comply with the state law. There's nothing extra added, no tweaks locally. It's just strictly to comply with state law.
That's the major changes that were made, to tweak some of the language to make it clear. That did happen as well, but it was already a section that was subject to change in state law anyway. So we took the opportunity to make the language clear as well.
Language a little clear, but procedures or specifications or anything, no
All
content.
state mandated.
All
Yes.
state mandated.
Yes.
Language cleanup, fine, but okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Any other comments? I just also want to point out that the planning board had thoroughly reviewed the document that Mr. Levesque has presented to the town council. The planning board had compared this document or these requirements to what state law is required, and they interpret many of the development projects and have their stamp of approval on them to make certain that the public health and safety is all being met. So I have great faith in the planning board, in their interpretation of this, and I think Westerly be well served. So do I have a motion to approve the ordinance as amended?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Shalaba, second by Councilor Healy. Discussion? Discussion?
That was to approve the ordinance? Then to approve the ordinance,
Yeah.
right? And then you're gonna do another motion to close the public hearing?
Oh, you're right. Would you amend?
Oh, with zoning, sometimes, I mean, you want to, so you want to close the public hearing first?
Yes, you should.
Okay.
Motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Peaches, second by Councilor Healy to close the public hearing. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Public hearing is now closed. Councilor Shalaba, would you like to make that motion again?
Motion to approve the proposed ordinance with the amendments.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Shalaba to approve, seconded by Councilor Healy. Discussion? Hearing none, poll vote. Councilor Vandover?
No.
No.
Yes.
Yes.
I don't like it, but I'm going to say yes.
And the chair votes yes. So the ordinance is approved. Thank you, Mr. Levesque.
Thank you, everyone. Good night.
Councilor Levesque. Next, item 6B, proposed ordinance. This is a public hearing. Advertised on 6/13/26 for this time. Proposed ordinance, an ordinance repealing Article 11, Neighbor Day Committee of Chapter 5 of the Westerly Code of Ordinances entitled Boards, Committees, and Commissions, Discussion and Possible Action.
Motion to open public hearing.
Second.
Motion to open the public hearing by Councilor Shalaba, seconded by Councilor Healy. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We are now in a public hearing. This came from the Appointments Committee, Subcommittee with a recommendation. Councilor Healy, would you like to?
This was brought forward at our last meeting. The appointment subcommittee is myself, Counselor Schlaba, and Counselor Vandover. And we went through every single board and committee we have and looked at where the regulations stand, whether it's state mandated, whether it's by the charter, whether it's formed by us as a council. We really combed through all of our boards and found a couple that we think are not being used, it's been, several years. It really is an administrative cleanup. They're currently not on the website. However, they are still a technically open board. For this one, I believe the last meeting they had for Neighbor Day, I want to say it was 2016. However, I did emphasize at our last meeting the importance of this committee and everything that the late Councilor DeMayo did for this committee. So our recommendation isn't just to abolish it. It's to formally give the stewardship over to the Multicultural Committee, who has been organizing our Neighbor Day events now. This was their second, and they plan to go forward. So it really is just a shifting of responsibility. Unfortunately, there's paperwork involved in it. It's also very important that when we are making these recommendations to the Multicultural Committee, that everything that is finalized, making sure that the history stays documented and everything is submitted to the town hall through our clerk. That way we have historical records and we're making sure everything is exactly how it was planned to be from day one.
Thank you. Thank you for that overview. In your summary, you also give credit that Councilor Mary Jane DeMayo was honored 2 years ago, and the Neighbor Day committee was run this year by the Westerly Multicultural Committee to great success for the 250th event. So this will bring new life, I believe, to the Neighbor Day Committee to be integrated with the Westerly Multicultural Committee. So any comments on, well, I should ask, anybody in the public like to speak to this proposed ordinance? Seeing none. Is there a motion to close the public hearing? Councilor Aiello.
Yes. Again, I don't think it's smart to abolish the committee or everything that's in the ordinance. Rather, a simple tweak to the ordinance could satisfy what the others were seeking. For instance, on paragraph 547A, instead of saying there shall be a permanent Neighbor Day committee made up of volunteers for an indefinite term, it could say there shall be a permanent Neighbor Day committee made up of up to 7 members for 5-year terms, with the initial appointments to be for 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 2, and 1 year terms respectively. Thereafter, each term to be 5 years. So you have staggered. As an alternative, the town council may assign another town committee, commission, or board to this role for 5-year periods. And that would satisfy everything that would keep Neighbor Day intact. It would give future operations of Neighbor Day activities a couple of options. As long as the Multicultural Committee wants to continue it, they could do it. The council's granted them that. Or if they decide not to, you have the ordinance in place. You can assign another committee, or if there are people from the public who wish to get involved with it again, they could still do it. And in a couple of years, you know, as a council and the town, a few things were put on. So that's a consideration, and I'm actually going to make a motion to amend and to keep the ordinance and modify 547A to read, there shall be a permanent Neighbor Day committee made up of up to 7 members for 5-year terms, with the initial appointments to be for 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1 year terms respectively. Thereafter, each term to be 5 years. As an alternate, the town council may assign another town committee, commission, or board to this role for 5-year periods. And that's a motion.
Okay, Councilor Aiello has made a motion to amend section 547, the establishment, volunteer, and ex officio members and compensation.
I'll second it.
And it was
Made and second by Councilor Petra.
it was to keep the ordinance as it is and just amend that paragraph.
So that it's clear, the motion is to keep the ordinance without the line outs and to amend paragraph 547A Did you amend B and C also? Okay. And it was seconded by Councilor Peter. Is it discussion? Council Vandover?
Sure. The Multicultural Committee has been doing the Neighbor Day celebration for what, 2, 3 years now? Do we need two committees to do the same exact thing is my question. We're gonna have to rebuild this whole entire committee. When we don't have any members, board members doing anything in the Neighbor Day committee, I just, it doesn't make any sense for me to have both. When again, Multicultural Committee has already been taking care of the Neighbor Day facilities and bringing it all into their other celebrations of what they do. What's the purpose of having two? I guess is my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Shalaba?
Yes, I tend to agree with Councilor Healy and Vandover. The Multicultural has been doing this for a few years. This is not in any way getting rid of Neighbor Day or disparaging Mary Jane DeMayo's memory. This is actually bringing it back since we've had nobody to actually do this committee in quite some time. We, as the Appointments Committee, has discussed this in great detail and thought that because the Multicultural Committee did want to take this on, has taken this on and has been successful with it, we might as well just keep it with them because they want to continue doing this. And again, it's not taking away from anything. It's actually doing something because they do have the members, and I agree, we don't need two committees doing the same thing.
Councilor Healy?
Me, no.
May I address, Madam Clerk?
Sure.
Mary, when we make changes, do we have to send this back out to public hearing?
Didn't hear what.
That's okay. When we make changes to these ordinances in the future, does it need to go back out to public hearing?
It's a
Would-
Bill
would-
Connolly.
Yeah, would that be a substantive change if they advertised it to repeal it and now they're changing it?
Council. Yes,
So the motion to amend was in order,
Mhm.
and the public hearing has been closed. Oh, I
No,
thought
my-
there was a motion
I'm
to
sorry.
close it before the
My
discussion.
question is, in the future,
apologize.
if any edits are to be made by these ordinances, do we have to go back out to public hearing for those edits?
No, we do not.
No. Okay.
As long as the amendment is in order, and this amendment is in order because it relates specifically to what's on the agenda.
No, I think if we keep this, say we're gonna go one way, say we keep this and we make the amendment that's on the table right now. And in 5 years, where another council is like, actually, we really don't want this to be like this. We want it to go to the multicultural. Will that need to be advertised for public hearing to make that change?
Yes, it will.
Okay, thank you. So this is really just, again, administrative. It's redundant. We're trying to clean up that redundant language in local government, so we don't have all of these hoops to jump through. It's very cut and dry and clear and accessible to the everyday person to read about what they want to do and how they can help and where they can be most beneficial to their volunteering time and to the town. So that is why this is on the agenda along with the other two.
thank you. Councilor LaPetra?
I just want to say we've heard, just as a note, we've heard a lot of remembrance for Mary Jane DeMayo, but I'd like to just speak now for remembrance for the reason that Mary Jane DeMayo founded the Neighbor Day Committee in the first place. And that's was my cousin was murdered in 1993, and Justin Gadjon. And now it's turned into this multicultural has taken this over. But I mean, I'd like to keep some version of the Neighbor Day Committee, but I just would like to have remembrance for Justin, and also a lot of people don't remember is his younger sister died 2 years later of cancer, Jill Gadjon. So both of the Gadjon siblings, neither one of them lived to see 20 years old. And I wanted to give remembrance for them. And hopefully they're resting in peace. I know they are.
I'm sorry for that, your family. I'm very much in favor of this. I've, was on with, Council President Mary Jane DeMayo when she had founded this. And her enthusiasm was what drove the committee and the event every year. And, when she got off the council and then unfortunately passed, that enthusiasm was lost until the multicultural committee came back. And they brought this whole committee, this whole cause to life. And I'd like to have them continue with it. I agree with Council Vandover. Why have two committees? Why research and find out which volunteers want to be on this when we have a group that's proven themselves? So I will be voting yes to, for this ordinance.
Mr. President.
But it's on the, there's a motion on the table to not abandon this, to modify section 547. We've all spoken. I think we can have a vote on
And
this.
to clarify, it's not having two committees. Because the second sentence on that first paragraph, as an alternative, the town council may assign another town committee or commission or board to this role for 5-year periods, which we've already done with the multicultural committee. So it just allows, it keeps Neighbor Day intact, but it allows the council to appoint another committee to serve in that role or appoint individual members to the committee. So it's not having two committees. It's one or the other. As an alternative, appoint a committee to have the duties and responsibilities. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to call the vote at this time. Poll vote is in order. Councilor Aiello,
Yes, for the amendment.
No.
No.
No, sorry, Bill.
No.
my chair votes no. Do I have another motion for the close the public hearing and to adopt the ordinance as
So moved.
advertised?
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Peter, second by Councilor Healy. Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
One opposed. 5 to 1. Chair votes, yes. So that ordinance is approved. Moving on to item 6C, proposed ordinance, an ordinance and amendment of Article 2, Board of Recreation of Chapter 5 of the Westerly Code of Ordinances entitled Boards, Committees, and Commissions, amend Section 5-4, Creation Functions, by eliminating language charging the Board of Recreation to work with the Neighbor Day Committee to coordinate activities for the Neighbor Day events. Discussion and possible action. Do I have a motion to open the public hearing?
Motion to open the public hearing.
I'll second that.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We are now in a public hearing. Who would like?
Motion to approve the ordinance as written.
We have
kind of
to have
already
the public.
discussed it.
Is there anyone in the public that would like to speak to this ordinance on the Neighbor Day Committee? Seeing none, do I have a motion?
Motion to approve the ordinance as proposed.
And close the
Item
public hearing?
60 and close the public hearing.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Shalaba, seconded by Councilor Healy to close the public hearing and adopt the ordinance as advertised. All in favor of the ordinance?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 5 to 0. Approved. Item 6D, proposed ordinance, an ordinance repealing Article 18, Bike Path and Cycling Advisory Commission of Chapter 5 of the Westerly Code of Ordinances entitled Boards, Committees, and Commissions. Discussion and possible action.
Motion to open the public hearing.
Second.
Motion to open the public hearing by Councilor Healy, second by Councilor Shalaba. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? We are now in a public hearing. Anybody in the public that would like to speak on the proposed ordinance to close the bike, not close, but to repeal the Bike Path Advisory Committee? Seeing none, do I have a motion or discussion?
Motion to approve the proposed ordinance item 6D.
Second,
Close the public hearing.
Close the public hearing.
second that.
Motion made and seconded by Counselor Healy. Discussion,
Yes, quick.
Counselor Hale.
Yeah. Again, this falls under the category. It's not hurting anybody. It's not costing taxpayers any money. And in the future, I know there had been over time, different people who have been interested in getting involved in the bicycling community and a committee. And every time you bring forward these ordinances, it ends up costing the taxpayer money. When you order, this cost taxpayers money, there was no need for it. So, yes, if this gets repealed, and at some point in the future you want to do it, it's going to cost the taxpayers money to do it again. If you just keep it on the books now, it's not hurting anybody. It's not costing anything. And sometimes committees do take a little time to repopulate, and it could be useful. It could be a useful committee. I would probably get involved myself if I didn't have other commitments at the time. And that committee that was established, it was focused on that one loop in Musquamaket. And when that loop failed, it just, the chair had no interest in going further with anything. And I reached out several times. And so it just kind of fizzled. And then, as I said earlier, somebody did approach me when I was off the council. They won't, so-and-so, I don't want to mention the person's name, but the former council president apparently wouldn't let the person come forward to get appointed somehow, some way. So, so I think it's for this one, again, it's not hurting anybody, not costing anybody anything. But every time you have public hearings, it does cost the taxpayer monies. So keep it. If we need to tweak it in the future, we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Counsel Van Dover.
I actually have a question and I'm not sure who to direct it at, but this committee, did they serve their purpose and get everything done that they wanted done?
I could contribute to that. I was on the council at the time and I did attend the Bike Path Committee meetings. The Bike Path Committee hired an engineer, about $30,000 worth of engineering review and did different alternatives. From the alternatives that they did create that Atlantic Avenue with Councilor Cook's work at the time, Councilor Cook, to create the bike path along Atlantic Avenue. But having a loop of it, it just wasn't feasible. They were talking about widening the road, the amount of dollars that would be involved in that. It wasn't just a feel-good idea. It had to be a real commitment to the town, and it was quickly dismissed. So that I hope that answers gives some background.
From what I remember, I have sisters that have been living in this town forever. They really weren't for this and the taxpayers' money that went towards even making these lanes. I think we're going to have a bigger problem on our hands coming down the pike with these electric bikes and these electric scooters and all these electric things. I think somewhere down the road, we're going to be having another discussion, but I don't think it's going to have anything to do with the bike path because those are more like motor vehicles than they are bicycles. So with that being said, yeah, so they finished what they were supposed to do. So,
They ruled it
I
out.
mean, if that's incorrect, I don't know, but I thought that they completed everything that they needed to do. Hence, why have the committee still left open? Thank you.
Just to clarify, there was a temporary, there was a non-permanent committee before. This became permanent. And it wasn't just focused. Nowhere in that ordinance does it say the Musqueam loop. That was the first project that they were tackling. And there was a lot of interest. I think some of the people on that committee actually lived there. So that was their focus. But it's not what's only in the ordinance. The ordinance is townwide. So that's what it involves. It's a townwide program. And so there's more involved than, you know, that path that's in front of the state beach is, I can tell you a few stories about that, but anyway, it wasn't a one-time thing. If it was just a one-time thing, it would have done just by resolution. Would have done,
Any other
but that was a
comment?
permanent committee.
Any other comments? Counselor Healy?
Just wanted to comment in regard to the e-bikes. So it was mentioned that they're like motor vehicles. They're in our law as motor vehicles. You have to be a certain age, have certain equipment, can't go a certain amount. So those are being regulated. I don't think that it would be this, a committee or a commission's anything to do anything with that. That I believe is in the hands of our police department. And, you know, again, this is, if we, don't get me wrong, if we were sitting in our appointments committee meetings and we were getting applications in and people were saying, absolutely, I want you guys involved 100%, but this isn't, it's just sitting there. It's just a cleanup.
Any other comments? We have a motion on the table from Counselor Shalaba, second by Counselor Healy, to close the public hearing and adopt the ordinance as amended. Call for a poll vote. Counselor Aiello?
No.
Yes.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Chair votes yes, 5-2, 4-2. We're missing Counselor Niemeyer. And the ordinance passes. Now moving to unfinished business. Possible amendments, 7A, possible amendments to the Westerly Town Charter. Discussed in possible action. I thought we did, Mary. This is recess the regular meeting, convene the committee of the whole?
There was a request at the last meeting to go into a workshop to discuss the possible amendments.
Okay. So-
Why does the agenda say discussion and possible action? The people haven't even seen what we're proposing. I would think just discussion would have been what it should have said, because we can't make a vote on that tonight.
I'm not suggesting for a second
Okay.
that we're going to conclude this tonight.
Okay, thank you.
I'm saying discussion, the action could be to move it to the next meeting.
I have a question, actually, if I may, for the solicitor. Since the charter is something that we do every 10 years and it has,
We can get to the recess
well,
and then we can ask the
well, it's part of unfinished business. My point is, are we supposed to even be discussing this because of the way it's set up? We're supposed to do charter revisions every 10 years and it goes to the public. So is it
7
even
years.
something we should be discussing is my question.
Okay, what, Mr. Connolly, you want to address that now? I know that you're prepared to.
Sure. So as you point out, the Westerly Charter provides for a charter review commission every 7 years, which is fine. You can do that. However, Article 13, Section 8 of the Rhode Island Constitution, the Home Rule for Cities and Towns provision of our Rhode Island Constitution, the source of home rule for cities and towns in the state, provides as follows. The legislative body of any city or town may propose amendments to a charter, which amendments shall be submitted for approval in the same manner as provided in this article for the adoption of a charter, except that the same may be submitted at a special election. So essentially, the Rhode Island Constitution empowers legislative bodies, which is our town council, to propose amendments to a town charter at any time.
Thank you. That's all I wanted the public to know.
I also
Okay,
have a
before
discussion.
we get much more into this, I want to call for a recess of the regular meeting.
I
And
still,
convene-
yeah.
And let me finish,
Go
please.
ahead.
And convene a committee of the whole workshop. And what this will do is allow the public to be able to speak to the charter, proposed charter amendments. This will allow more public input if we do it in this fashion.
Discussion.
Yeah, point of order, Mr. President.
Sure.
I believe the workshop and even this agenda item is not even discussable tonight. Our rules clearly state that all supporting material must be included with the agenda at the time of posting and distribution to the council. Otherwise, the agenda item will be removed from the agenda. Workshops are still meetings. That's why we have a citizens' comments at a workshop as well. And they were not posted. None of these changes, the questions were posted online. I wasn't even given a copy, so I couldn't read anything over the weekend. So I don't, so I believe this is agenda item is out of order. And could potentially violate the OMA.
Discussion.
If that's to me, I would rule your motion out of order. We are properly advertising committee of the whole workshop, which I would like to open. If you feel that we shouldn't address anything that wasn't advertised, we could make that motion at that meeting, but I would like the public to be able to have input and the council to have input.
I'm
I
gonna,
would appeal your decision. I would appeal the decision of the chair on this.
I'll second the appeal. And discussion, I'd like to give my reasons as well. I mean, we're talking about the charter here. This is the one thing that we should be more transparent on than anything else. And Chris, you keep saying, well, I want the public to have input. Well, how are they gonna have input if we didn't attach the questions we're gonna discuss to the agenda? That's one hell of an oversight. And I know by state law, we didn't have to, but our town rules said we did. And I noticed you did include, like Mr. Ellis said, a citizen's comment. So you recognize that it was a meeting, and yet we didn't want to attach charter questions so that the public could view those and see them during this workshop. I don't see the logic behind that, to leave those charter questions off this agenda. It was a terrible oversight. And I think that the public deserves, especially when it comes, this is not an ordinance, this is not a resolution. We're talking about changes to our town charter. It'd be a disservice to move forward tonight, and I wanted to move forward. You know, I did. I don't know why that wasn't attached to the agenda. I wish somebody would give me an answer.
Can we just table this until the next meeting?
We're not in a workshop as of yet. I'm sorry? Yes, for discussion?
Can I please address the solicitor?
Certainly.
Mr. Conley, can you please weigh in on this? Are we out of order? Are we breaking OMA? Are we allowed to talk about this? And I want to put at the forefront that we are not changing our charter tonight. We are discussing in a workshop motion questions that potentially could go on a ballot to the voters. If you could just help me out and understand.
So there's probably, to answer your question completely, I probably want to review, if I may, just talk about the process that's contemplated by the regular meeting agenda and the council workshop agenda. So the under unfinished business, the item is identified as possible amendments to Westerly Town Charter. Those identified as discussion and possible action. However, the regular meeting agenda gives notice that the recess the regular meeting, convene committee of the whole workshop. That requires a motion, right? So it requires a motion to recess the regular meeting and essentially Same second, majority vote. Then you'll need a motion to go to the workshop meeting, which has been noticed. And the workshop meeting is noticed as possible amendments to Westerly Town Charter, discussion only. After discussion only, in terms of the OMA, Open Meetings Act, excuse me, in terms of the Open Meetings Act, as long as the only thing that is discussed is possible amendments to the Westerly Town Charter, you won't violate the Open Meetings Act. And, you know, any member of the council could discuss possible amendments that you're thinking about. With reference to the specific rules cited by Councilor Aiello, I did not understand possible amendments for discussion purposes to require supporting material. I thought it was just that, it was a possible discussion, so whatever supporting material there may be, if there is such supporting material, but that would not preclude a discussion on possible charter amendments. Then, assuming that takes place in the workshop is adjourned. The next item on your agenda is 8, new business.
Mhm,
That's where it would pick up.
mhm.
You would not, unless there was a motion, you would not revert to item 7 unless you had a motion to change the regular order of business and revert to number 7, which you could do. You need a motion, a second, and a majority vote.
Thank you, Mr. Conley.
Does that answer all your questions?
It does, and I will make a motion to recess this regular meeting and convene the committee of the whole.
I think the chair has to overrule the objection with the
I
with the
apologize.
stipulations as enumerated by our counselor, Mr. Conley.
Mr. Chair, may I ask a question of the manager? Before we recess? Or the assistant manager maybe, or IT? Since we,
If it's regarding
It's
the
regarding-
list, we're not in that meeting yet. So
all right, well, before I take my vote, I kind of want to know if since the public didn't have a chance to see this on the agenda, if there's a way we could show the public what we'll be discussing, maybe one of these TVs that we do sometimes, how quick it is to set that up. I'm assuming.
I think it's going to be read aloud.
So we're gonna read it aloud and the public has to follow along. They have to really hang on every word rather than, people like to read things.
Yeah.
All right, okay, then we just,
Unfortunately, this was not, it was mailed to every counselor and it didn't make it to the website. I don't know why, but it did not, but every counselor got it on the 17th of June, last week, so.
I know it was a big deal to turn it in. We took a vote as a council to turn these questions in. I think it was June 12th at 4:30 and whatever it was. And the reason that we were told to do that was so that it could be attached to the agenda. So I don't know what we had that hard
Yeah.
deadline for if we weren't going to attach it to the agenda anyway.
I don't have an answer to that. I
All right.
just know that the fear of violating the Open Meetings Act, which is real, has been absolved by the solicitor. So I would like this to move forward. The council can close the hearing right after it, after it's open.
Well,
Do I have a motion to recess?
No,
Excuse me, we had a motion about appealing the decision of the chair.
And I voted against,
We,
not
You have to take a-
accept this.
Yeah, we need to take a vote. I seconded it, Chris. We just could take a vote on that real quick.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's a poll vote. Counselor Aiello?
so if it's a vote, and if yes, then it supports the appeal, or
Yes, support. I apologize. A yes supports the appeal.
okay, yes.
No,
No,
Yes.
Yes.
And I vote no, so it fails 3-3. Good job, Mr. Aiello. Moving on to item 8, new business. Suspend the town council rules of procedure, Rule 9D, Council operations is discuss and consider the following items. Items 8A, 8B, 8C, 8D, 8E, 8F, 8G, and 8H.
Hold on a second. May I ask Solicitor Conley, since it just died as far as the amendment part, can we still go in recess and do a regular meeting and convene if we want to do that? Or
Yeah.
do we skip that whole part?
So actually, it wasn't an amendment. It was a challenge to the ruling of the chair. So Council Aiello essentially called the matter on the agenda as being out of order. And through the chair overruled that, Councilor Aiello appealed it, which means it goes to a vote of the body, which it just did. So the appeal failed on a 3-3 vote.
So the motion that Council Aiello made didn't pass.
Correct, which was an appeal of the
So
ruling
we
of the chair.
can, we can still do a recess to the regular meeting and convene committee at workshop.
Yes.
I make a motion to recess regular meeting and convene committee to the whole
I
workshop.
will second.
Okay, thank you,
I'll
Vice
vote.
President. Motion made and seconded by
Right.
Council Healy
The clerk
to
is-
recess
Clerk is typing, Chris.
and convene the committee of the whole workshop.
I got one more question to Solicitor before we vote. Mr. Connolly, will we have enough time if this doesn't happen tonight? We have 2 meetings in July. Will we have enough time to review it? Get this to your office so they will still be able to be put on the ballot in November?
Yes.
If we, yes, thank you.
Yeah, so because we have to send them to there's a process we go through. The deadline is the Secretary of State. That's not until August. I can't remember the exact date, but you'll have time.
Thank you, sir.
Let's have a vote and we'll open the workshop. We can discuss this. Council Aiello, poll vote.
No.
Yes.
Yes.
No.
No.
Chair votes yes. 3-3, we are not opening the meeting. Am I correct?
Can
Okay.
I make a motion to move this to our next meeting?
Second,
It's on the agenda referral list. I don't know what more you can do.
I seconded, but also add that I would amend that motion that we include all supporting documents. So I'd like to move it to the next meeting with the supporting documents. I'll second that.
I will withdraw my motion and second Counselor LaPetra.
Okay, motion made, second, discussion.
We're gonna include the supporting documents next time we try to do this.
And just a point of clarification. This will have enough time. It's okay. This will have enough time for us to go through it, put it out to public hearing, get all of that, right? That's what we have to do. We don't have to do a public hearing?
No, you do not.
Okay. So we're definitely gonna have enough time though.
If you finish in July.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. I just, there's administrative stuff on here that
Thank you.
is directly for the staff. So even if I put my own thoughts aside, I'm really pushing this for our staff.
Right, so if I may, if you finish it in July, yes, that will give us enough time. I expect that part of the process would be if after discussion of possible amendments, the council wishes to act on any of them, that there's probably going to be direction to me to put them in the right language for purposes of a
Right.
charter amendment, and then come back to you for final approval before they get sent to the Secretary of
So
State.
really, our next meeting
those are the
is really
steps.
our deadline.
Those
That's
are the-
when we need to get it all done.
Yeah, those are the steps we'll go through.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Conley. I appreciate it.
I would almost disagree with the counselors here that we have enough time. I can't imagine starting at such a late date. I think we're gonna need special meetings if we're serious about this. So your motion to have it on the next scheduled meeting, is fine, but I believe we're gonna ask the counselors if they're willing to have a special meeting.
If we get to that meeting
we'd
and
make-
we end up
we'd have
needing
to-
one, then
We'd
we'll
have
call
to
one.
make it up. We'd have to, make sure our schedule,
I think the issue here is a little more the fact that we want transparency. The people did not get a chance to see this at all. So it wasn't, in my opinion, it wasn't done correctly. It should have been attached to the agenda if we were going to discuss it. in a workshop. And how can you comment on something you haven't seen? So that's, I think, the bigger issue here is the fact that the people didn't get a chance to look at this. And we really need to be transparent with this stuff, because if it does come on to for our election, for questions, people are going to need to know what they're looking at. So that's what I think is more the issue here than anything else.
Mr. President, just so you know, the questions have to be to the Secretary of State by August 5th. That's the deadline,
I'm
Fifth.
sorry, what date?
August 5th.
Okay. So these aren't easy questions. Just so the public understands what Council Van Dover is referring to, the council got an email on June 17th, that on Wednesday, the same day that we got the agenda, finalized agenda. And for some reason, this wasn't attached to it. We had questions raised by Ms. LeBlanc, our town clerk. There's 1, 2, 3 questions. We had questions raised by Vice President Shalaba, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And we had questions raised by Constable Petra. There are 2 of those, and no other questions. So we were going to schedule this workshop today, and it got neglected by not being attached. I don't know that process, how it would happen or not, but we're more than willing to move it to another meeting, and I believe a special meeting also will be required. I don't see how we get through all this in a meeting. Yeah. Just so the public understands what this debate is about, because they are in the dark on this. Unless we open the workshop, we could have read it, but there is a motion? What was the motion?
Yeah, there's a motion on the floor that the matter be moved to the next regular meeting and to include the supporting document.
Okay. Motion made and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? 6-0, approved. Back to 8, new business. This is the first time seeing this new business, so our rules of procedure, Rule 9D, would have to be relaxed for the council to allow to discuss, and then following possible action. But to discuss, we can certainly discuss these without voting on it, but if there's possible action, then we would have to relax the Rule 9D. And this would apply to all the items 8A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and H. Is there
Mr.
a
President, I can make a motion to move to the executive session. While we're still fairly fresh.
Only 7:30, Bill. You jumped the gun on that one.
Yeah, is there a second to that motion?
No.
Hearing no second, entertain a motion to relax Rule 9D for items 8A through H.
Motion to suspend the rules for items 8A through H.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Shalaba, second by Councilor Healy.
Let me
Suspend Rule 9D.
discussion. I just need 1 minute to read. See, I hate doing them all together like this, Chris. So give me a second to read these.
Okay. Want to take a break?
5-minute recess.
5-minute recess. I'll call the motion. All in favor of the motion to suspend Rule 9D?
I'll vote yes to suspend Rule 9D.
Okay.
Yeah. Are we a poll vote or?
Poll vote, Council Van Dover. Yeah, you reading it too?
No, I'm waiting for Mary.
Sorry, Madam Clerk, you got,
It's not my fault.
No one's fault.
Yeah, right. So yeah, yes, I'll agree this time just because of what's on here.
Yes.
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 No.
Chair votes yes, so 5-1. Yeah, suspend the rules. Item 8A, resolution of the town of Westerly in support of Rhode Island Senate Bill 2481, unauthorized occupation of residential or commercial properties commonly referred to as squatting. Discussion and possible action. Mr. Manager, you have an update on the status of this bill?
This is, I don't really have an update. I think it actually has already been tabled, but we can still certainly take action if you want, but it's been tabled for further study, so. But this is basically a bill outlining that if you had someone go into a vacant property or your house and start residing there, they cannot claim residency is what the bill is. And I certainly would support this bill 100%, but it was held for further study. You can still adopt a resolution in support of it, and it would go to the state in support of it. But if it came back up again next year, then I'm sure there'd be another bill that would have to be drafted from each of the communities.
Thank you.
I make a motion to support the resolution in support of Rhode Island's Senate Bill 2481.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Vandover, second by Councilor Petra. Discussion? Here, go ahead.
I just wanted to make sure everyone understands this. I'm a real estate appraiser, so this is up my alley. This is for people that say you leave your house for 6 months and you go to Florida and you come back and somebody's living in your house. You can't get them out. You have to go through eviction processes, proving all kinds of things that you actually are the owner, they're not the owners. And it's a nightmare. Could be a nightmare for anybody. You can leave your house for 2 days and come back. And if somebody's in your house, you can't do anything about it. So this is very imperative that we pass this because that should never happen to anybody. So that's what this really boils down to. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I'm going to abstain.
Okay, Councilor Aiello, I didn't hear your vote.
Yeah, I'd like to see what comes back next year, but I'll support it.
Okay. So 4-0 to 1 abstention. Resolution passes. Item 8B. Proposed ordinance, an ordinance repealing Article 15, Public Works Committee of Chapter 5 of the Westerly Code of Ordinances entitled Boards, Committees, and Commissions, Discussion and Possible Action. This is to order advertised only for a public hearing on 7/13/2026.
I'd like to make a motion to move this to another meeting. I think that we need to do a little more research on removing this committee. There may not be active right now, however, with all the projects that we have going on in town, I think that we should do a little more digging on this one. I'm not convinced that we should remove it. Thank you.
Motion to
Yeah, the next regular meeting.
continue to the next regular meeting? You
Yes,
have enough
please.
time?
Why don't you just,
Yes,
Why don't you-
that's a,
why don't you just
we have a
table it?
meeting.
we have the charter stuff coming up the next meeting. Why don't you just table?
Okay, so I mean, we can push it out the next meeting. It's not imperative that we remove this board. There's no rush to remove the board.
So you want it back? in-
Motion to move it. If you were here, you would know this.
Motion to table,
Motion
No,
to
to
table?
move it to
continue?
2 meetings from now. So that's the 20th. Is it 20th, our next meeting?
Motion to continue to the next meeting. Do I have a
No,
second?
not the next meeting, the one after. 27?
You want a month?
Yes, please. It's not imperative. This is something we don't need to move on immediately. It's not going to make or break anybody. It's not going to hurt anybody. It's not going to do anything. That's, it's still a board that hasn't had any meetings since March of 2025. So there's no rush to discuss this tonight. I'd just like to move it along and put it for two meetings from now. Thank you.
Very good. Is there a second to continue it?
I'm not gonna second it. It doesn't make any sense.
I'll second it for discussion.
Discussion on the proposed ordinance to remove the Public Works Committee this was at the recommendation of the Appointments Committee, which we have the 3 members here tonight. Discussion?
Yeah, I-
Hold on.
go ahead.
There's the reason why I feel that this board has served its purpose. In the past 6 years, they've met less than a dozen times. We have major projects going on in town right now. They're not meeting. And when they do meet, we have 3 counselors, voting members on this board. And one of the counselors is the chair of the board. That doesn't make any sense. All of these recommendations, all of the ideas, thoughts, they come directly to the council, and we are a full council. There shouldn't be cherry picked on who gets to know what and who doesn't. Again, they don't meet. I have never gotten a memo from them, even when they do meet. It comes to the council. Again, just a redundant, another cog in the shell of how things take so long. Everything takes so long. Oh, I want this committee to do it. I want that committee. Let's just get it done. What are we waiting for? Just get it done. And then aside from that, this would be being a public hearing. So if we order this for public hearing on the date that Councillor Vandover said, that would give us a month to do our homework. And I would assume that all 7 of us are very competent enough to do that amount of homework in a month. I don't think that we should be moving it. I think if anything, we should be moving and having it ordered for advertisement. Otherwise, we're just, again, pushing things down. Let's get it handled.
Any other discussion?
I don't disagree with anything that Counselor Healy said. My concern is exactly what she said. I think that this board needs to be revamped. I believe originally when this board was put into operation that there weren't any town councilors, liaisons on this board. It was just like any other board. So it's definitely a concern that there's 3 liaisons as counselors. I'm sorry, 3 counselors as liaisons on this board. I'm not, well, if you look at what well, this is why I want to get back together with you and discuss. So I hear what you're saying, but you just hear me out. I just feel like instead of removing it, we may be able to fix it. And I just think that there are projects that'll be coming up down the road where we actually may need them again, like the bike path. No, I don't agree that we'll need them again. But this one is a little more dynamic, I think, if I may.
Point of order, Mr. President. Point of order.
Anyway, so
Point of order.
my opinion
Point
is,
of order,
I'm just,
Yellow.
I
Yes,
just,
excuse me.
sorry, go ahead.
Councilor Vandover has the floor, so please, can we let her finish before other councilors just chime in and have discussion?
Point well taken.
Thank you.
Councilor Vandover.
Don't worry, I forgive you, Alex. It's okay. Anyway, I just would like a little more time on this, truly, for me to kind of move it around and see if we can fix it instead of removing it. That's just that's my thought process on this. Thank you.
Councilor Shalaba.
I agree with pretty much everything that's been said. Part of it also for me is, as many have said in the past, and this council has definitely been pretty good about, is transparency. Having 3 members on that board and a council member as the president makes me tend to think that we're not doing the proper work per what the public works actually wants. We should not be dictating. We should not be having a member of the council as the president on that board. It should not be that case. So I think we need to have more discussion. We need to either fix this or we need to, get rid of it. So that's my 2 cents.
Councilor LaPetra.
We should save this discussion for when we actually talk about this. Listen, we properly advertised it. Why not talk about it tonight? Very easy. It's been properly advertised. Let's do it now. No reason to push this a month.
I'm going to have my turn. in 2002, I started this Public Works Committee, and at the time, there was a great neglect of the Public Works department heads. The manager at that time was not supportive, and many of the initiatives, especially the water department, the sewer department, they were left on deaf ears. So when I got elected in 2002, it was an avenue that I wanted to support. It's night and day now from what it was in 2002. We have a manager that's 100% on the department heads, on the progress of maintaining the infrastructure of Westerly, Rhode Island. The requirement to have a counselor overseeing a department head is completely void now because we have a manager that actually does his job. So I don't see a need for this under this management style. Mr. Manager, do you have any input on this?
I do agree. I think the staff now, we use consultants for everything. We have a pavement management program that is computerized that tells us, scans the conditions of all the roads and puts things on schedules. I don't know. I understand what you're saying from 2002, and I tend to agree. But I think we've come a long way with projects. Every project ultimately comes back to the council for a decision. Nothing gets, everything goes back to your end. I think it's just, it drags projects out. It takes time. It takes, that is true.
So a consultant would be advising the Public Works Committee, but working under your direction and your department head's direction. It's dysfunctional at that point. To have a committee.
That's correct. The consultant would need to come, any consultant results would come back to the council anyway, whatever the consultant's recommendations were. If the Public Works Committee didn't agree with the consultant's overview of a project, then the overview would still come back to the council anyway. It can be redundant. I do agree.
I got a quick point of order. Are we in discussion on the actual proposal, and what are we doing exactly?
That's a good question,
Yeah.
because we're talking about continuing this or moving it
Want
around.
to take a vote about
I-
continuing or talk about it tonight? I'd be happy to talk about it tonight. We should
I-
settle that first.
I would want to
Okay.
have a vote on whether or not to continue it. And
Well, I
these are the
think-
reasons why I would not want to continue.
Well, everyone else had a chance to talk. May I say a couple of words?
Councilor Aiello, your turn.
Thank you. Yes, and as far as not meeting this year, I reached out to the entire committee, and I am the chair of it, not the president, the chair, currently. And I reached out to the committee. I have some other commitments going on, and they were all perfectly okay with it. And if there was anything that the committee really needed to look at, we would get a meeting in and look at it. And it could actually help the manager if he wanted to use that committee. As far as delaying projects, the committee has not delayed any projects as long as I've been involved with it. As a matter of fact, the committee proposed recommendations on modifying what the road bond was going to pay for, and it actually saved the general populations several $1 million. So it's not useless, it's not defunct. And by the way, there's another committee with 3 counselors on it who are only charged with interviewing, by the way, and bringing forth nominations. But there's also a chair of that who's a counselor. So, so there have been times when, for lack of a better term, that's what it's like the appointments committee. It isn't called the appointments committee. It's the appointments, what is it? The council liaison subcommittee.
The
Something along
Westerly
those lines.
Town Council.
Let Mr. Aiello
appointment
finish.
subcommittee.
Yes, Councilor Healy loves to interrupt people every time, and then she accuses us of being disrespectful. Does it frequently, nearly every meeting to several people.
Mr.
Especially-
Aiello, please keep to your subject.
So I will say this, I reached out to the committee. That's why we haven't met. And if you can't understand that, then maybe resign. It has not delayed any projects. They've helped save the general population some money by recommending some changes to the road bond. And and it could be used. And I will say this, I do want to say this. It varies from manager to manager, town manager to town manager. We had a town manager who was very financially smart, helped the town enormously with the financial aspect. Had another manager who helped mend a lot of fences and got folks working together and enjoyed coming to work again. And the current town manager is infrastructure, public works, and he's into it, which leads me to the next point, but it hasn't been as critical for this Public Works Committee because you do have a manager right now who is heavily involved in the infrastructure and public works projects, and we have an assistant town manager. So it could be used. You know what? If the body of the council wants to get rid of it, so be it. One less committee. But again, you can tweak some things, you can abolish things, you can bring things back, whatever people want to do. But this in itself, in my mind, my opinion, was another waste of money. Taxpayer money by advertising this and potentially bring it back for a public hearing. Again, let's focus. We have charter stuff coming up. We have comprehensive plan stuff coming up. We just did the zoning stuff. There's going to be more zoning stuff coming up. Let's stick with the comprehensive plan and these requirements that we need to get done. Hopefully we can not become a lame duck council and get some things done before the election. I know the last council we did. Hopefully this council can do the same. Thank you.
Motion on the table to continue. I'm going to call for poll vote. Council Vandover?
Yes, continue.
No, no, don't continue.
Yes.
No.
Yes, no.
No from me.
Thanks, Rose, but I don't want to continue it. I want to end it. I don't want to continue. I just want to end the discussion on it. I don't want to abolish it. Yeah. I want to.
So I'm going to vote to continue. So that's 3-3.
Make a motion to table. Make a motion to table it.
The motion to continue fails. We could order advertise for a public hearing or
Is, you gonna recognize Bill Aiello's motion to table it? Is that what you want to do? I mean, what are
did
we
I
doing?
hear
You
a
know what?
motion? I didn't hear a motion.
Yeah. Go ahead, Bill. Make a motion if you want.
If they want to try and pass it tonight, let them. I mean, I'm a no on it because
How do you suggest we continue forward? I see we're getting caught up in semantics here. Do we want to actually discuss this topic and take a vote at some point, or 10 minutes on whether we're continuing or
The
not?
only action that would be available to this council tonight is order advertise for public.
or to
hearing.
advertise or
Okay,
stop the discussion.
all right.
Kill.
Would you prefer,
Motion order advertisement.
there you go. Second that.
Motion to order advertised by Councilor Shalava, second by Councilor Petra. To July 13th, poll vote. Councilor
It's the
Petra.
charter night. Are you nuts?
All right, I'll go to, now that
No.
now that we've opened this and made a second, let's go to discussion, which we already had for 20 minutes. So do you want to actually discuss it?
This is a discussion of ordering it
All right.
advertised.
Okay.
This isn't the substance of the,
I don't know what he's saying to me, so, all right, so I'll, discussion, Chris, can I be recognized here?
discussion to
Oh.
order for the motion.
Yeah. Bill made some great points, Bill Aiello. One, this is gonna cost us money to advertise this, so we're gonna lose money yet again. The other great point he made is currently we have, I can't imagine that we're, past, present, or future, we're gonna have a better town manager in this realm of public works, okay? It's as good as it gets as far as that goes. On a hill, no, I'm just kidding. But he's as good as it gets here. So, but I mean, if we kill this committee for no reason, I mean, all we have to do is just not put people on it and not meet. And hopefully Sean's around for another 5-10 years and this committee can stay dormant for 5-10 years and it's not gonna cost us any money to keep it alive. And then someday if we have a manager who doesn't have his proficiency in public works, then we have the ordinance there in the book. So why are we going through all this to abolish it and then maybe bring it back in a decade? It's not hurting anybody. Just don't meet. Simple as that. It's probably what we should have done in the other ordinances. So, even though I did second this, Mary, it might have been a little move here, because I'm gonna vote to kill this too. So that's my opinion.
Okay, any other discussion on to order advertise for 7:13?
I'd like to make an amended motion to order it advertised on the, is it the 20th, Mary? 27th, thank you.
Amended motion to order advertise for the 27th. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made and second by Counselor Shalaba to order advertise on the 27th. Vote on to change the date to the 27th. Whole vote. Counselor Yellow,
Repeat the motion, please.
to change the initial motion to order advertise on 7:13,
No.
to change it to order advertise on for
Oh, no.
7:27.
I'm a no. I don't want to discuss it at all.
Counselor Healy,
Yes.
Yes.
No.
Oh, boy. I'm gonna say no.
Chair votes yes, so that fails. The initial motion is to order advertise for 7:13. Full vote? No, this is the initial motion.
That's a no.
Full vote, Counselor Yellow, no?
No.
Yes.
Yes.
No.
No.
Chair votes yes, so that fails.
Next item.
Can I,
Is there another motion?
I'd like to address the solicitor for a point of clarification,
Sh-
or address you. I will address you. How would we make a motion to eliminate the members of this committee so it's not meeting?
You could continue this or, and then have what initially was mentioned by Council Vandover to work on it.
No, yeah,
This is, the vote was for the advertising.
so I can't make any motions. It would have to be back on the agenda and go through all of this all over again,
Is that right?
just to go with his idea of not
So it
meeting.
doesn't have to be continued? Okay. Moving on. Item 8C, memorandum from the town solicitor Connolly dated June 17th, 2026. This is with regards to data centers, limiting the location of data centers in the town of Westerly. This was an initiative by Councilor Healy from her experience. Do you want to add anything, Councilor Healy, or?
I thank you, Solicitor Conley, for your hard work on this. I've been looking at Smithfield for direction. Unfortunately, House Speaker Kennedy's bill, I believe, I don't think it was tabled, but it's in for study. Rep. Speakman had one out there. At the end of your memo, excuse me, it talks about changing our zoning ordinance. To the point of this, for people listening, I apologize, is I personally don't want data centers in Westerly. We have enough water issues. We don't need to be giving our resources to anybody else besides ourselves. So yes to the zoning being changed, but there was some of these recommendations that I just didn't agree with, like the visual buffers and setbacks. The decibel limits, if we go with House Speaker Kennedy's, his has a larger decibel, which is in par to an average home in Rhode Island. And then Speakman's is even tighter on that. So with appreciation to this memo fully, I do think that we can dig a little deeper or use this information to make those zoning recommendations.
With that backdrop, Solicitor Connolly, you want to?
Yes, thank you. So just in response to, first of all, thank you for your comments. The conclusion of the memo in terms of zoning amendments was not meant to be all-inclusive or even suggestive. It was examples of what's going on out there with it. And despite those, the legislation being introduced at the state level, it's pretty much well accepted that cities and towns can regulate these data centers through zoning ordinances. That procedure requires a referral to planning because our zoning ordinances, both under state law and under our own processes, have a process they follow. And it would be a review undertaken by planning that would consider those bullet points and those you've suggested from that legislation and others across the country. Because of the environmental concerns in terms of the consumption of energy and the use of water for cooling, communities all over the country are designing ordinances to try to address this. So for our purposes, again, those bullet points were not meant to be just by any way inclusive, exclusive or inclusive, all inclusive. They were meant to essentially say there's lots of discussion going on out there. Our process begins with the planning making a recommendation. So one of your options at this point, if you want to sort of get this initiated, is to refer the topic to planning for a zoning ordinance amendment, and not based on what I had suggested in the memo as mere examples. The other option that I identified for the council, if there is a concern, about data centers being located here while that process is going on, our renowned Supreme Court has told us that under very limited circumstances, a council can pass a moratorium ordinance, not a ban, but a moratorium. And our renowned Supreme Court has identified sort of the four characteristics that we would need to fulfill if the council decided it wanted to move in the direction of a moratorium while the planning consideration is taking place. First of all, it has to be temporary with a fixed length or an end date. So you would need to sort of contemplate, if you're going to refer it to planning, how long you would expect that process to last. But it can't be indefinite. It's going to be for a reasonable period of time. And what the court means by that is you can't refer it to planning and then say, well, we're going to put a moratorium on it for the next 2 years. It has to be a reasonable time based on how the ordinance contemplates that process to going forward. The moratorium ordinance is drafted to include comprehensive justifications for the moratorium, which includes legislative findings regarding the administrative need for the moratorium and some of the issues that have been identified all over the country with the use of the water and the energy consumption, which would be particularly acute here in the town of Westerly. The moratorium is passed in accordance with existing procedures. That just means we have to go through the charter process that we do on all our ordinances with a public hearing. Finally, that the moratorium doesn't affect applicants with vested rights. Right now, there is no application pending. If an application were pending, it'd be very, very difficult to effectuate a moratorium. So approaches are referred to planning and get that process started. That will look not only at some of the examples I gave in my memo, but some of the examples in the state law, or rather in the suggested legislation. You don't have to wait for the legislation of the state. You have the zoning authority to move forward on your own. And consider, if you want to, consider a moratorium on applications for data centers while that process is taking place. Those are your options.
Very good. So we don't need planning board review to enact a moratorium. Is that what I heard?
That is correct.
Okay, it's just a council action.
It's a council action, yep.
Any questions of the solicitor? Yes, Councilor Healy.
Would there have to be specific language in the moratorium for battery storage as well? I know that solar fields do have a small battery storage, so I know we can't outlaw them, but that's the secondary of a data center is, and I'm gonna say their name right out there, but Revity is coming in and they're like, oh, well, you can't have a data center, fine, then we'll just store all of our batteries here and we'll call it a warehouse.
That's something you can certainly address in the ordinance and in the more, you can certainly just, that's a too clever by half.
Yeah.
It's not going to pass muster under any common sense understanding what a data center is. So a data center moratorium would certainly cover that.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Conley, for all your work.
Yeah, interesting.
Yes, Counselor Vandover,
May I address the solicitor as well?
please.
What would stop the state from shoving one of these down our throat like our zoning regulations now?
Well, the state can enact its own standards, but at the present, both those pieces of legislation were essentially helpful for the study. If this is an immediate concern, then the prudence would dictate getting out in front of it.
So they've talked about this up at the State House, I assume. What has been there, if you do know, I don't know if you do, what has been their consensus on, are they going to govern what happens in every little town on this, just like they're doing with the other zoning regulations? Or are they going to let us decide, or any mention of that? I mean, it is our town, just saying.
Okay, there
If
is
I
no
could just
consensus.
point out that it's an environmental threat.
Yeah.
To neighborhoods, to water supply,
Yes.
to the power grid. So
There's
even if the
compelling
state
reasons.
said it has to be in Wilcox Park, it's just not gonna,
There's
it's not gonna
compelling-
fly environmentally. But I like the idea of hitting off the zoning aspect of this, the moratorium, and limiting where in town, you can't completely ban any use.
Right.
No matter how
Right.
abhorrent.
That's inverse condemnation, right?
So can I get an answer to my question, please? I wanted
The-
to
the
see what
answer is
was
there's
the
no-
consensus up at the State House.
The answer is there's no consensus. The bills, both on the House side and the Senate side, would simply help for further study. They've all gone home for the
Next 6
for the
months.
session.
Yep.
So the answer is there's no consensus. The town of Westerly has the authority through its zoning ordinances to regulate property uses, including data centers. So if you're concerned about it, then prudence would dictate that you would proceed accordingly.
Thank you very much.
To Councilor Petra.
It sounds like we all like the moratorium. I'm gonna thank Council Healy for bringing this to the agenda, and I think we should move forward with putting together that moratorium, and that's my opinion. That's it.
Thank you for that. Then could we direct you to prepare a moratorium under this advertisement, this Open Meetings Act?
Yes, sir.
We can.
Yes.
Okay.
And can we,
Councilor Petra made a motion. Is there a second?
Yes, I'll make the motion to direct the solicitor to put together a moratorium for data.
Seconded by.
There you go. Second, whatever. Did you make it?
I didn't make it, but
Oh.
I'll second you.
Okay, there you go.
Thank you for your support.
Motion made and seconded by Councilor Healy to direct the solicitor to draft a moratorium for data, to prohibit data centers. Is there any discussion? One question.
We thinking that we can do for a time frame for planning, let them get through the summer and like it doesn't, I'm not saying a year or anything like that, but we can kind of give them time. I want to make sure that they have time to digest it.
Yes, I understand.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Councilor Vandover. All in favor of the motion to direct the solicitor to create a moratorium?
aye.
Any opposed? 6-0, motion passes.
Do we need to make a motion to present this to the planning board, or how does that work?
It would come after that. It would be direction of the council after the moratorium is.
After it's-
drafted.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you.
Moving on, proposed, 8D, proposed pickleball court. Refer to the Board of Recreation for evaluation of a pickleball court, discussion of possible action. Representative Azanaro had asked me to have the council evaluate this and have the rec board work on it. So they wanted it at the Rotary Park, but it really has to be evaluated, so. Mr.
You
Manager,
want it, so yeah, we're working on a lighting and resurfacing the courts at Rotary Park. Part of it is a $150,000 grant from the U.S. Tennis Association to resurface those. When you get involved with the tennis association, you cannot put pickleball lines on a tennis court. But we did just get the green light, because there's two sets of courts there, to use the grant from the tennis association to one set of courts, and then the other set could have pickleball lines on it. So it's still tennis courts, but there's lines, so you can do multi-purpose sports on them. So that's what we're looking at. And again, the suggestion to go to the rec board and see if Rotary Park is the place, so we could do it in other, there's other areas we have tennis courts. We have them Tower Street, there's Narragansett Avenue, there's one. So.
yeah,
Good idea.
there's more to it than just, I want it at that spot, so let the rec board flesh that out.
Motion to refer this to the rec board.
Second.
Motion made, second by Counselor Healy, all in favor?
Aye.
The proposed referral is passed. Item 8E, Potter Hill Dam. Submittal of a formal letter to the RIDM requesting a meeting to discuss possible options of turning over the dam to the state of Rhode Island. Discussion and possible action. Councilor Petra, you.
Well, I guess I'll start. Fortunately, this isn't what I asked for. I don't really want to get into back and forth meetings with DEM. My goal is to separate the town of Westerly from this Potter Hill Dam completely. And I was hoping that the agenda item would have read more like to have the town solicitor to put together a letter it's basically saying that we would like to give the dam to DEM, or it could be used for another state agency. We don't have to address it straight to DEM, or we could have multiple letters.
We can modify the request of the solicitor.
So, yeah, that's what I'd like to do. I'd like to modify the request of the solicitor. I'd like to give this dam away unencumbered. And, we have 10 items in the agenda tonight, and if it gives you any idea, there's about 10 people in this room, and 8 of them are here for Potter Hill Dam. And this has been going on for 5, 6, 7, 10 years. We don't need to be a part of this anymore. We should have never been a part of it in the first place. Let's correct one of the town of Wesley's biggest mistakes. Well, if we have to give away the whole site, that's fine. As long as we give away the dam, I'm happy. Let's not get greedy here, Bill. We might lose a few votes because people think we have $40 million worth of granite sitting there. I don't know where they get these ideas, but the bottom line is I wanted to direct the solicitor to give the dam away to a state agency, unencumbered, and be done with it. That's what I want to do, Chris.
Motion made.
Motion is to direct the solicitor to write a letter to give the dam away to a state agency unencumbered by any town stipulations. And I also want to make it clear that it doesn't have to be just Rhode Island DEM. I don't want to give it to any private entities. I'd like to give it to a state agency. There's other ones out there who I think would receive it just as well as DEM. DEM will obviously have to be number one, and they'll have to be involved because they already have an interest in it. But if I have some backups if we need to go that way.
That's a short motion to. Is there a second?
Was it seconded yet?
Is there a second?
I'll second it for
Thank you,
discussion.
Bill.
Motion made and seconded. Discussion to refer to the DM
Rose has question.
to give up. Discussion, Council Vandover.
This town has a really bad habit of giving things away. We have given the Chamber of Commerce gets their building for $1. Tower Street got theirs for $1. Honestly, at this stage of the game with the Potter Hill Dam, there's no grants. It's sitting there. My opinion is just leave it alone. Let Mother Nature do her thing and call it a day. That's the way I feel about it, because this has just become such a conundrum. It's been a very, I don't even know what direction to go in anymore. However, I'm not for giving away the Potter Hill Dam and the site attached to it. I don't want to give it away. I would consider selling it, but giving it away, no. We give way too much away in this town. We buy up $1 million properties at the beach and we give away properties that actually do have granite on them that actually are worth something. And I am not willing to just give it away. Thank you.
Any other discussion on, sending a letter to DEM?
Of course.
Councilor Aiello.
And I said it several times, and I support transferring. It's not a matter of giving it away. It's about transferring ownership of the entire Potter Hill Mill site and dam to the state agency. If DEM wants it, they own property right there. It abuts it. They can in turn make it a state park recreation area that'll keep Westerly and Hopkinton folks well entertained. And it's in a perfect spot for that. It abuts the property, and that's no secret. I've said it several times. The town should never have taken it. I think council president even voted against taking it when the 2020 to 2022 council took it. The same night they voted to get rid of a $3 million asset, by the way. So no, I mean, I support transferring ownership to a state agency. It's a perfect spot for a state recreation area, fishing area, what have you. And I think they do a good job with that. And I mean, that's where I stand on it. I mean, I don't want just a dam there. They have a budding property. So transfer ownership to the state. It wasn't the town's property to begin with. And if I'm not mistaken, I think another council even said the only reason he was voting for it to take it was because it had been going on for so many years that the previous owners didn't do this, didn't do that. It's just been laying there and laying there. So that was the only reason the council voted to take it. Didn't really want to, but they voted to take it just to get something done on it. And things were moving along, but then things weren't, and the money's gone. So transferred ownership of the entire site to the state. And you know what? If there's $1 million, $500,000 worth of granite, so be it, because it's going to cost that much and maybe more to clean up the site. So have at it. I mean, nobody's going to make a profit off of that. That's why I'd suggest the entire site to a state agency. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Shalaba.
I know this is a tough situation with the dam and everything, and in all honesty, I don't think anybody really wants to have the expense of the dam. I do think if we could get an opportunity to not have our hands involved in the dam anymore, that would be a good idea. However, Westerly Land Trust has wanted to take on the building and make a park there. I don't think we should cut them out of that situation if they are still willing to do that and have it open. Giving the whole dam away may not let that become a recreation area. It may not let it become what it was originally kind of planned to do. So I think we should still have a discussion with the Westerly Land Trust, because that was something that they were always planning to do with that building and the property in the back. So as much as it sounds wonderful to get rid of the whole thing at once, wipe our hands of it, wipe out any possible lawsuits, anything, that sounds great, but I don't think we should just also cut our nose to spite our face. I think we need to do a little bit more research before we just get rid of everything at once.
Well, point of clarification real quick, Mr. Duhamel, because I forgot my own motion. Did I make a motion to get rid of the entire site or just the dam?
Just the dam.
Okay, I'm stick with that then, because I see I'm losing people on the site.
No, that's fine, because Councilor Aiello mentioned the whole thing, so thank you.
Councilor Healy.
I'm a hard pass on all the above. Should we have gotten it? Probably not. I wasn't here, couldn't make that, but it's ours now. We've put millions of dollars into this in sitting here having staff go back and forth. That piece of property, Mr. Lacy, how many acres is that over there?
It's about 4 acres, the dam, I mean, the mill is on.
Okay. And that's, you're right, the mill site, right? And it's all waterfront property, basically.
That's correct. Yeah.
So it would be a,
This is the dam we're talking about, right?
The dam is in the river, obviously, but I'm
We're
not
not-
referring to that as part of the land. The mill site.
Two separate pieces, yes? Two separate pieces,
okay,
correct?
this is,
Parcel of, it's one.
One parcel?
yes.
It's one.
Well, the agenda item is Potter Hill Mill Dam. So I hear you, but it currently is a package deal. And what's the state gonna do on that property? Throw some $700,000 condos right there? On waterfront property where we could have recreation, beautiful outdoor recreation and sorry if I'm biased, but like our most beautiful part of town. I think that we would be making a really big mistake.
In response,
If I could just
Go ahead.
add, that this recreation area component is not being deeded out. And it's almost unbuildable. It's in a floodplain, a riverine floodplain. You can't displace any quarter or an inch of a river floodplain. So I don't know how anybody could build on that. I like the motion as it is. It gives up a liability of what we were quoted at $14 million to reconstruct the dam. So the DM is best suited to take this, and the town can continue to strive to improve the land area, the recreation area, for recreation only, not for structures that would displace the floodplain. Another round?
Just to piggyback on what you said, I believe some of the councils are overvaluing the mill site. However, my motion was just for the dam. I'm gonna concede that. I don't want to fight about this anymore. Just please get rid of the liability of the dam, and then we can have further discussions for the next 20 years about the mill site. But all I'm trying to do is get rid of that liability of the dam, as Mr. Duhamel stated, and Mr. Harrell threw us off a little bit, but that's all right. So stick to my original motion, and just think of that when you vote. That's all I ask of you. Thank you.
Okay, let's have a poll vote on having the solicitor send a letter to the DM to give up the dam only. Counselor. Yes.
Just a question for procedure. I mean, is that the proper process? To just have a letter sent
The
to
council
them?
has been working with a manager, as you know,
Mhm.
to affect this. But the council in total thought the solicitor should make it more formal.
No, I understand, but is that letter, is that the only action that's required, is what I'm saying? Yes, okay.
Obviously, you have to come back to council if DM was to accept any conditions or so forth.
So Councilor Yellow,
I'll support you, Dylan, yes.
Councilor Healy,
Hoping that we can split the parcel in that letter, please. I will support it if it's split. Okay. I don't want to give away the mill site.
okay, the council's not giving you, but based on the concerns raised tonight.
Yes.
Yes.
I was also under the impression that it was the whole site. So, yes, I will go with if it's just the dam.
Chair votes yes, 6-0 to ask the solicitor to send a letter to the DM for the dam only. Moving on, item 8F, senior housing. Refer to the Westerly Housing Committee. Discussion and possible action. As a backdrop, the council voted 7-0 to fund development of Westerly housing in the budget. It's going to kick in on July 1st. So I thought we should have direction to the Housing Authority to look at parcels of land, the one in Tower Street and Narragansett Ave, not taking out any tennis courts or parking lots that are already built, but to incorporate senior housing there. And manager has other parcels. Do you want to run through some of them, or?
There's a couple of them being worked on now, one in White Rock behind the bus garage, or on the other side of the solar field is one parcel. There's a couple of the single lots in town that we're working on, corner of Park and Grove Avenue, which may be an option. So those are some other areas, but I think, well, we're well within need of for it, so.
Very good. Council Healy, you're on that committee, is this?
Motion to refer senior housing to the Westerly Housing Committee.
Motion made, second.
Second.
Second by Council Peter, discussion? Yes, but the council has to direct them. You of all people are correcting me on it. When I was writing this bill, I was thinking of you. Yeah. Sure. All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Motion passes. Item 8G, short-term rental registration ordinance, discussion only. This is something that Councilor Peter was,
All right, I'll kick this off. We have a lot of discussion about not having enough housing in this town. And, we fight over 22 units in Robin Hills. We fight over however many units on East Ave. In one fell swoop, we could house a couple hundred year-round families if we just do something for these short-term rental registration ordinance. It's going to take a little bit of work. There are certain areas of town that have built an economy on short-term rentals. But like I've said, I've stated this at prior meetings. This is something the Democrats have championed is putting families in homes. And to that,
thank you.
well, I have to say, I have to give you credit where it's due. To that end, I think what we need to do with the short-term rental ordinance, what I'd like to do at this point, is create a working group with this town council and with some people who have also expressed interest in trying to curb this dilemma to the town of Westerly. And I would like to have a working group of myself, Councilor Nehemiah, and Councilor Healy, and with the fourth member being Attorney Bill Conley. And I'm hoping that we can put together an ordinance. Maybe we could use what I tried 2 or 3 years ago as a jumping off point. And we could bring some year-round families, bring some housing stock back to the town of Westerly. And the best part about this, in doing so, we'd actually help our infrastructure, because now instead of toilets in these homes being flushed 30 times a night with short-term rentals, you have year-round families. So how great is it that we could actually help year-round families and help our infrastructure in the same swoop? There's no other way to do this. So I'm hoping for a little support from this council to put this working group together with the 2 Democrats and myself and Attorney Connolly, because we're going to need his advice every step of the way. And let's take one more shot at this, please.
Very good. Councilor Shalaba.
I'm all for short-term rentals. The only thing that's always been an issue for me is putting the line down the road on Shore Road. I think that if we're going to do short-term rentals, it needs to be town-wide to be fair, so it doesn't open up lawsuits to the town. But, you know, it is something we need. It is important, but I think we really have to discuss this line down the road. That's my hard no on that part.
And I hear you.
Councilor Healy.
I would love to be a part of that working group. For transparency going into this, I do not want them in these towns. I think that they are ruining our housing economy, and I think that we have families that need housing. I also understand that it is some people's source of income, and by me saying I don't want them, that doesn't look great on that aspect. So I am hopeful that with both of our sides of view and with Councilor Niemeyer and hopefully Mr. Conley, maybe I can be persuaded away from just completely being done with them. But we have 401 right now. And that's 400 more than we should have, in my opinion. So happy to work with you, happy to get this thing settled, happy to get our neighborhoods back for year-round residents.
Councilor Vandover.
I am not crazy about short-term rentals. However, we don't have the right to restrict owners' rights. They have a right to do what they want with their properties. And let's get to affordable housing, okay? Everybody is not getting to the root cause of affordable housing. We up here in the Northeast tax the ever-living heck out of everything and everybody. And of course, there will be a trickle-down effect because of it, hence making rents rise. It makes perfect sense to me. Instead of restricting people's property rights, why aren't we talking about going after the state and lowering our taxes? Within ourselves here in the town, lowering taxes. We nickel and dime people. I think there's an ordinance to, you have to get a permit for a lemonade stand. That's sad. That's sad. And I'm sorry, but we're not getting to the root of the problem. The root of the problem is not short-term rentals. The root of the problem is not restricting where people can and cannot do what they want with their own properties. The problem is we're taxed to death in these blue states, unfortunately. And it's been like this for years. If you drop taxes, you will put more money into the economy. You put more money into the economy, you give money back to the people. It stays in their pockets. They're going to spend it. We tax them on water, sewer, and everything. And I know there's some of these things that we have no choice to do, but there are some things that we do not have to tax people on. And I'm sure if we went through our own taxing list of things that we tax on, we could find somewhere to start cutting back on some of these taxes. So the affordable housing problem is a problem, but it's not stemming from short-term rentals. It's stemming from the facts that we get taxed to death. We just had our representatives here, 75 cents more in tax on a pack of cigarettes. You know, all they talked about was raising taxes, raising taxes, raising taxes. That's all I heard. Well, how about we cut them? I think that's the angle in which we need to go at. You're going to have people, you can't tell this group of people they can have them and that group of people they can't. It doesn't work that way. You can't restrict to an area where they can and cannot be, in my personal opinion. And again, we have rights as homeowners. We just passed the one for the resolution for squatters, so that people didn't come in and they had some rights to keep their own homes. Now we want to tell people what they can do with their short-term rentals. We've already been over this, and it's a mistake. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? I'll just add that there's two models that I've seen through research. The Newport model is to restrict areas that can have short-term rentals. They're prohibited in residential areas. They're allowed in commercial areas. That's under court challenge. And then in Narragansett, there's a cap on any new short-term rentals, and that's under court challenge as well. So having Solicitor Connolly advise town council is a good idea. Having a working group of, as suggested by Councilor LaPetra, of Councilor Niemeyer. I know he's listening, so. And Councilor Healy is a good thing to compile and to create something that fits Westerly. So we'll, I think, my opinion is let you guys meet. Doesn't violate the Open Meetings Act. Have three counselors and come back when you're ready.
I appreciate that, Chris. Thank you.
So we'll continue 8G.
Procedurally, Mr. President, just from past experiences, having three counselors work, and you may want to clarify with a solicitor, having three counselors work together on a project. I don't get a little sticky on some other things in the past, so I'm asking the solicitor does that meet the just requirements of a committee or some kind of a working group? Is it a matter of how it's called? If it's, because you're going to have three councils working on this together and they're going to call you for advice and guidance. So
No more than a Public Works Committee, Bill.
does that, well, they follow the OMA, Dylan. So
Don't
that's
put
all I'm
Dylan.
asking. That's all I'm asking, if they have to follow the OMA or is that not applicable?
So the working group is, whether it's formal or informal, the working group is less than a quorum of the council, and it has no independent authority. It can't act on its own. It won't satisfy the characteristics of a public body under the OMA. So, if the council decides to move forward with a working group on that, it's not a quorum, has no independent authority from the council, everything it does and discusses has to come back to the council, will be okay.
Yes.
I don't agree with it. I think if we're gonna have this discussion, we need to have this discussion with all 7 of us present. Because I don't want to get blindsided by your ideas, and I'd like to know what's going on. So I don't agree with having this 3-person working group. I think if we're gonna do this, we need to do this together.
Council Van Dover, what if they came back with an outline and then we had it on the agenda? It has to go on the agenda no matter what.
I just think that we all should be able to have input on it. I don't think that we should do a 3-person team. We need to all have input on, this is very important, and we're gonna upset a lot of people. So I don't think that this should be done behind closed doors, not any of it. If you want to put together something, a little outline, whatever, that's fine. But as far as major discussions about anything that's gonna happen, should be in front of the whole entire council, right here, in front of everybody, so they can see what's going on.
I don't disagree with any of that. I just thought they could start the work that they have an opinion on and
But we all know which way the 3 of them lean. And if the rest of us that don't agree, don't get in there and have an honest discussion about it, then they're gonna put something together that's gonna lean for getting rid of short-term rentals altogether. And I don't think that that's the answer. I don't think that that's doing the public justice. And I think we need to be way more transparent than that when it comes to this, because again, some of this is affecting people's livelihoods as well. And as far as the sewer and the water goes, Councilor LaPicha was talking about, those units are empty otherwise. There are so many units in this town that sit empty all year round. They don't even use them for any housing. Nobody comes, nobody rents them. I walk the neighborhoods, I see it. And you're not gonna change their minds. Even if they don't rent them as short-term rentals, they're still sitting empty. So there's a bigger problem here than just short-term rentals. But how do you tell people what they can do with their own property?
Councilor Healy.
To be fair, this has been on our agenda. I think this is the 4th time. However, if people are zoned for residential and they're operating a business out of their home, then they're not operating in a residential area. That's a problem. You mentioned taxes and stuff. Vacancy tax, like if you want to cut the taxes on the normal people, which is what we need to be doing, then we need to have vacancy taxes. We need to have taxes that are if your home is over $20 million, you should probably be taxed. Yes, I understand that they are taxed differently in other areas. I get it, but there's more that we can do to lower the taxes elsewhere. A huge part of that, like you said, is empty houses. So if these places aren't rented out and they're empty, that's a family, that's an elderly couple, that's a newlywed couple that isn't living there. So part of fixing the problem is maneuvering what is going on in our own neighborhoods. I agree, if we're in a commercial area, if you're down on the beach, most of that is a flexible area where it comes to what it's zoned for. But if you're behind Bradford Elementary School location, why can you operate a business 24/7 and not have to pay any permits, get any kind of business licenses, get anything? Nothing. There's nothing there. So yes, empty houses are a problem. Taxes are a problem. Short-term rentals are a problem. Telling people what they can do or not do in their homes, I agree, that's a problem. However, they're not following state or town regulations. You're operating a business out of a residence. That shouldn't be a thing. So yes, let's raise taxes where they're needed, lower it for everybody else, and make sure that we have housing here for people that want to live here, stay here. So we're not just constantly feeling like we have to build. I always talk about responsible building. This is part of the responsible part, is utilizing our current inventory. Thank you.
Go ahead, Council.
Just to clarify something, I never said tax the rich and don't tax the poor. I didn't say that. What I said was, you can't tell people what to do with their own properties. Now, as far as running a business goes out of there, is this considered a business? Is it? But they're paying $500 for being able to do that. And so that's a tax. And they have to register on your website to run it. And it's been legal. It's illegal. It's been legal to date. What's the difference between renting for short term versus renting for long term?
Mr. President, I have a proposal. If you're done, sorry, Rose.
I think we have another workshop.
Yeah, I think we should have another workshop.
So the three-person working group can, without violating any open meetings act, they can still talk.
If I may just respond to Councilor Andover, I think we just seen a perfect example why we need a working group. This discussion, I don't know, somehow we just cut all taxes in town too. We got that far off track that quickly. We need to have something to bring to the entire council before we have this discussion. Otherwise, we're just gonna spin on wheels. It's too big. There's legal ramifications. Let's start small, let's bring it to the whole council, and then we can talk about whatever.
I'm gonna
okay?
make a motion to have a workshop with
Just-
the whole town council.
Discussion only.
Oh, we can't, damn it.
I think a workshop is where this was going to go anyways, but
If it's
think-
for discussion only, they
Bring-
can't put together a 3-man team here to go discuss this without the rest of us.
It was really just a, yeah.
Here,
we're
let's-
gonna do it. We don't need your permission to meet the three of us and put something together. I was just trying to be open and transparent, as you would say. And that's all we're trying to do. And whatever we come up with is gonna be in front of the entire council, okay? So that's all it is. I'm not even asking for permission anymore. I'm saying that Council Nehemiah, Council Healy and I are gonna get together. We're gonna tackle a problem, a big problem in this town that's hurting this town. And then we're gonna bring it to the entire council, and then we can listen to how you wanna cut everybody's taxes, and God bless. I hope you could work that out someday. I'd like to cut everybody's taxes too, but let's take a shot at short-term rentals first.
So it's not that unusual to have a workshop and to have different items published for the public so they can come and they can know what we're talking about beforehand, and then we can vet these out. And then we might have somewhat of an update from the solicitor on the travel to court cases of Newport and Narragansett. So there's work to be done. We can have it in July.
I agree. The only other option, Rose, is to have a four-person one, and then you'll have to file the OMA,
I disagree.
unless one of the others wants to give up a slot. So, I mean, it's just, I'd like to have something. I don't want to sit here and have the 7 of us and try and come up with a draft. I mean, it's.
But he already came up
All
with
right.
a draft and it got shot
All
down,
right,
like
but-
twice, 3 times.
but it's going to come back to the full council and we workshop it. It can be discussion only the first time, because you know darn well we're going to have people coming to talk.
Yeah,
So keep that very light.
we did that last summer.
Yep. And so, I mean, I'm supportive of having something to work with. I mean, if it's 1 or 2, I don't really care, but I just don't want to do it from scratch in front of 7 people there.
Your opinion is noted. Councilor Shalaba.
The biggest thing just for the group to keep in mind too is that there are still open lawsuits in other towns in the state, and that we really need to find out what's happening there, because we don't want to follow their direction to just get ourselves in another lawsuit with anything. And I know Bill Conley won't let that happen to us, but it is something that we have to take into consideration of what has already been proposed, what is out there, what is pending. That's all I want to say.
Thank you. So we'll schedule a workshop in July to move this along. Next, Westerly Housing Authority term limits, discussion and possible action. There's some committees that were noted to have 30 years plus.
Yeah.
Councilor Healy.
So this was brought back up at the end of 2025. We have gone through the past few years where term limits have been put on our council, on other appointed committees and stuff. And this particular committee does not have those. State law does term them out as far as 2, 3, 4, 5 years in respective order. However, I believe, I don't know the exact number of years, so please don't quote me on this, but I do feel like there may be 1 or 2 people currently on this board that have been there for more than a couple decades. And I would just like to see us being able to involve more people, find people that want to be involved with our seniors and our disabled population. And for that reason is why I added this to the agenda request. I believe we are in line with our ordinance as far as the number of years go. However, I would like to see it. I mean, if you're serving a 5-year term and you get 3 terms, you're in there for 15 years that now, but if you only are serving 2 years and I don't know the answer. I wish I did. I just know that term limits, I personally feel like they are needed.
Counselor Shalaba.
I agree about the term limits, and just also to clarify, this situation, we have to bring it to the state for the term limits. So it's not something that we can, it's something we need to discuss as a whole on what we want to decide is the term limit should be, but it's not something we can actually put into place. We have to bring it to the state at that point.
May I?
Yes,
I think what Counselor Healy is talking about is town, not state. It still has to go through okay, that was going to be my next question. Okay, so we can't, all right. Again, the wonderful state.
Do you want to help us?
Yeah, we can.
What,
Mr.
You can
Manager?
do, you can do a resolution to whatever changes you'd like, and then it would get submitted at the state level for the change.
So is there a
Mr.
motion to
Mr.
move a
President.
resolution?
I
Mr.
I
President.
think,
If I may, I'd like to chime in on this. All right, we all know that we don't have people not pounding on the door to volunteer on a lot of boards and commissions. All right, so why on earth do we want to create another term limit for a board? And I mean, if the same person wants to stay on it, if nobody else applies, so if the person is terminated, you don't have anybody else apply, then you're stuck. So-
can I answer that? Because there is a lot of stuff going on in the Senior Housing Authority. I'm just going to come right out and say it, and it's not good. And we can't get anything done. We can't help them. We can't help these people, and we are trying to find a way to help them because we are in this town and we do represent them, and we need to find a way to be able to get some of these people that have been there for forever that aren't necessarily helping the seniors. The stories that we hear, it would make your stomach sick. I mean, you wouldn't want your mother in one of these housing developments, this senior housing. You wouldn't. I wouldn't want mine there either, because when we hear the stories that we hear, it just blows my mind that people can treat seniors the way that they treat them. And I'm not pointing fingers at anybody. All I'm saying is people are coming to us and they're asking for our help and we can't help them. So we're trying to figure out a way to be able to help them. And if that's removing some of the old regime, then so be it. I mean, we don't know what else to do. We're trying to figure it out.
How about we have the chair come in here? The
Point
board.
of order.
Chair
Yeah,
of the board.
we're not talking about that.
My point of order was the crosstalk.
Yes. You want to weigh in?
I just want to weigh in. Councilor Van Dover painted a picture there. I don't have any proof that that's what's happening, okay? It's a little bit over the top, Rose, but I obviously.
No, Dylan, you
Okay.
haven't spoken to
All
the
right,
people that we've spoken.
I will just say that some I could see the fact that some residents aren't happy. I think you're way over the top with your description, though. I will say this, term limits can't hurt. You know, people get comfortable, 10, 20, 30 years, it's not, term limits is never a bad thing on any level of government in any board. So I will support this, but please, let's not act like seniors are being abused in this town. It's not, I don't believe anything like that is happening. I will support the term limit, so I will do that.
I'm of the same opinion. I'm not even close to calling out the board.
I never said anybody was getting abused. I said things they're happening there and they can't get the help that they need. That's all I said.
So we've relied on the manager to look into some things and all. So I don't want to leave it to the public that thinks that we're not looking into it and verifying.
Can we make a resolution or at
So
least
this is
talk
about
about
Westerly
that?
housing term limits. It's something that's acceptable in every other committee that we work with, so I would leave it at that. Do I have a motion to move this
So moved.
forward?
I'll second.
Petra, second by Council Vandover, to create an ordinance, as the manager said, to resolution to provide for term limits. Motion made and seconded by Council Vandover, initial by,
Don't we have to at least give a time frame in this resolution and just not leave it open-ended? Okay, thank you.
so this resolution would go to the State House Legislature and they would work on it in January of 2027. Okay, is there, so all in favor of the resolution? Go.
Aye.
Aye.
Being drafted. Any opposed?
I'm abstaining from that one. I don't have enough information.
5-1, one abstention. That concludes the new business. We're now into communications and reports. Liaison reports. Council Healy?
I just have one, just because we're on the topic of the Westerly Housing Authority. I just want to report out again that the committee is still not being allowed to ask or answer any questions from the residents that are there. They are being directed by their lawyer to do so.
Any other updates, liaison reports?
There's a Concerts on the Beach meeting tomorrow night. I sat in at the EDC meeting. They had, the Chamber of Commerce representatives there giving an update on all that they do for the town, trying to get ideas as to how we can get this marketing plan off the ground, still. Yeah, it was a very long conversation. So it was more about, like I said, getting the marketing plan getting it off the ground. But the one thing that we have, that's a problem, is that the state of Connecticut doesn't allow Ubers to come over to Rhode Island. And I don't know if there's anything we can do about that, but they can't pick up people in downtown Westerly. It doesn't make any sense. I mean, we are a border town, so they're trying to figure out something to do with that. So that's mainly the conversations that were happened there. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Any other reports? Moving now to town council reports, 6/22/26. Hearing none, moving to town manager report, 6/22/26.
Yeah, so it contains a letter to the Johnny Cake Center regarding a donation. There's also a grant for the Meals on Wheels in the amount of 500. There was a letter involved in that. Department heads reports, and there was also a financial report from the school department side, director of finance, and then another one from the Warm Shelter thanking us for a donation. I also have, if you can, Bill, Alina's passes these down. So one of the things that was asked was to kind of give an update on the LMI. Everyone's seemed concerned with the LMI project. So the sheet I'm passing around is just, it kind of gives you an update on different projects in town. And, so I know one of the big ones are Robin Hollow Lane. That's an LMI project, 22 single-family units. Final plan approved. It's on hold because of a CRMC review. CRMC is reviewing some of the, an issue with some of the land in there, and that was filed as litigation involved from some of the neighbors. That's why it's on hold. The other big one is the Wells Street one, the 72 units on the corner of Wells and Franklin. They have final approval. Building permits expected soon. They originally told us in the spring, but I think it's going to look like some point in the summer. They just secured a bond for the project, and it looks like they're going to start construction by December. Rings End, which is a former Benny's property. Final approval contingent on DOT because they're purchasing that piece of property on the side of Westerly Bradford Road, or I refer to as District 6. So once they get that, that's part of the loop of the parking lot, I think, for deliveries and so forth. Another big one was Squamish Fire District's doing a big expansion. Master plan approval. They need the final approval before they move forward. The Friendship Street former funeral home is 7 units. Their adaptive use, and they're in review of adaptive use. Another one on 10 Park Avenue, a former church, 5 units. They're in review also. And the other one on Sandpiper Landing, that's the whole project behind the chamber. They're in final plan review now, 40 units, 25% on LMI, mixed duplexes and triplexes. So that will be soon. And then the St. Pius School project, the buildings are just about complete. And they're coming back for a replan for the back buildings they had formally approved. So it's kind of just an update on where we are with the LMI. Yes, ma'am.
If I may, I don't know if I missed it. The Musqueamicket Fire District, what building is being expanded?
The actual fire department.
The fire
They're putting
department.
bays on the back. They're revamping the structure. They're redoing the whole facility.
Okay. And then, the Habitat for Humanity housing that seems to be done on Ledward Avenue, how many houses are actually going to be put there? Because I know they're in process of that right now.
One.
Just one.
Yeah, the development in the back is a regular single family housing project. You know, I think there's 9 building lots back there. The one for the Habitat that was part of this project, I'm pretty sure it's a two family. It might be a duplex, but it's on Ledward Avenue itself.
Right.
The back section is on Gardner Drive, off Gardner Drive. It all connects, but.
Thank you.
So. And also one other thing I wanted to mention, just so everyone's aware, and we're changing on our end, I figured I'd say it publicly, some, kind of a scam that came through today. If anybody gets an invoice from our building department for planning or any type of on our portal system, we do not accept, we don't take wire transfers on that. There's something that went through today on a project. They got an invoice, a Westerly invoice, identical to Westerly, requesting it to be paid by wire for a plan approval, which was a complete scam. Thankfully, the people did not wire the money. They mailed the town of Westerly a check, which is good. So we will never ask you to wire, unless it's a big transaction we're doing. We have wires come in all the time, but there will be a correspondence between us and you if there's going to be a wire. So we're putting some alerts on our website to indicate, hey, we won't be asking you for a wire for something like permitting, a plan approval, or zoning certificates, or so forth. So just to be aware of it.
I always pay with prepaid Walmart debit cards at undisclosed locations. That's me though.
One question on the marina, the Margin Street Marina says no activity. Is there?
Yeah, Margin Street Marina so we did a feasibility study and now we're at a point of there's some money that actually the building that's there should be demolished in the next couple of weeks. That's all been green lighted. We awarded that contract 8-10 months ago. And then so the next step would be to cap the site and then work on funding to build the docking system. That's basically where it stands. We have a preliminary plan done on it with the docking. It was presented to the council. But you know, they came in with a price tag with bathrooms I believe $6 or $8 million or so forth.
Thank you.
So I think you could break out just the docking, because we own the property, there's a boat launch there. The docking and some of the dredging involved, I think you can do for a couple of $1 million. So, and it's like 60, I could be off on the numbers, like 63 slips, which would be a municipal marina. I mean, we would run it, so.
Can I ask a question on that project as well? Do you have to have bathrooms there?
Well, you'd have to at least have a porta john.
Right, but I mean, not $6 million worth of bathrooms, right?
No, it was a raised building. There's got to be ADA access. There's a whole host of things. So,
Yeah, I'm okay with
Yeah,
porta
those-
johns.
yeah. yeah, so there's other ways around it. There's portable bath trailers that that you can bring in and leave. They can leave during the case. So, it's things that there's a little bit of money in this year's budget to go to the next steps. And we're researching grant funding, as the whole site assessment that we did up until this point was all paid for through grant funding anyway, so.
Counselor Healy.
Is that, is capping the site? Have we budgeted for that, or is that just a future, something that's needed?
No, we have not budgeted, but that is the next step. We'd be ready to take the next step to go to capping.
Okay.
And again, it's not much. I believe it's 6 inches a foot,
So if
Yeah,
you were
6
to
inches a
throw
foot.
around a random number,
It might, I don't know, 50, 75,000 maybe, or something like
That's all I
that.
need.
I'm guessing it could come at 150. It's not millions.
I'm
by
gonna
any
quote
means.
you on it.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
Counselor Shalaba.
Sean, if I may ask one more quick question about the radio tower with WBLQ. Isn't the timeline kind of coming up as far as when they had to actually get things done? I mean, I know we had a specific timeline with the DePaulos, but since it was bought, did that timeline extend? Is it still kind of?
No, it's the same.
Did-
They have to get some work done by the end of this year. So it's the building, housing, the equipment has to move. There was opera funding that we awarded to them. There was a minimal amount, but the engineers are designing everything now, so it's coming to fruition, so.
So the end of the year, they have to,
Mhm.
thank you.
Right.
Okay, thank you for the updates. Moving to town solicitor.
Nothing further, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Conley, are we going, only because we spoke about this at the last meeting, did you want to give an update on the advertising requirement in daily newspapers as opposed to non-daily newspapers, or you want to wait for?
No, I can circulate that probably as soon as tomorrow.
Okay, fine, very
I
good.
just, probably as soon as tomorrow.
Okay, that's fine,
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank you.
Town clerk, anything?
Yes, I just wanted to update, any candidate for the upcoming primary election. Declaration papers must be filed by Wednesday at 4 o'clock, June 24th. Endorsement papers by Thursday, June 25th at 4 o'clock. And nomination papers must be filed by July 10th. And if you want to see any candidates that have filed declaration papers, everything can be found on the Secretary of State website.
Thank you. Any comments on that? Seeing none. Agenda referrals and backlog items? We've been listing a few.
I have 3 different resolutions that I'd like to put on the agenda for next meeting, if we can do that. The first one is House Bill or 2026-37. It is opposing a statewide non-owner occupied property tax. That's the first one. The second, it is House 2026-37. Okay, next one is, I did just do research on this, did not pass in the House, so we can still act on it. It's also House number 7467. And that one is regarding the distribution of taxes from the tourism tax and how they're dishing them out and what funds they're putting them into for the state and how much we get and so on and so forth. I'll go over that a little more when I have the resolution. The next one is, this is an opposed resolution to House Bill 7632, known as the Age Appropriate Design Code. This is a part of this provision would significantly restrict the parent or guardian's ability to exercise their fundamental responsibility to safeguard their child's well-being, particularly in situations involving online exploitation, grooming, cyberbullying, or other digital threats that often rely on secrecy to persist. So it would take away the parent's right to be able to protect their own child. So this is an opposing resolution. And those are the three that I have. Thank you.
Can you just tell me again really quick on the first one, 2026-37?
I believe that was the Taylor Swift one, if you want to write it down for that. Unfortunately, it was named, it wasn't that one? No, I don't
Nope.
know. Okay,
Non-owner occupied properties. That's what it's about. Thank you.
that's another one. Okay, wow, okay.
Hey, I want to lower taxes, man. Yep.
Request of town manager by councilors.
Oh, no, I'm not done with agenda referrals. I got
Okay.
a few, some that were actually, we could act on. I need these. All right, so first off, I want to put the business registration tax back on the agenda. That's the $25 for every business in town. I want to have a follow-up discussion on that and maybe get rid of that, but that's another thing. And the other one should be really fun.
Isn't it $10?
Oh, I'm sorry. When you guys are ready, I'll stop. All right, so the first one is I want to put the business registration tax of $15 with a $10 processing fee for all small businesses in the town of Westerly. I want to put that back on the agenda, and I want to revisit that, and I want to change that vote. And the second one should be even more fun. I would like to have a discussion about the town continuing to shut down downtown High Street for pass-through traffic for Sunday fun days. I'd like to have that discussion on the agenda as well.
Very good. Any other?
Chris, if I could just comment, I want to comment on that tax, because I know I got a question from a few councils on the business tax. Just to clarify how this works and why it's doing what it's doing. So there's a whole list, and I sent in an email to you guys last week, breaking down some of the tax base. So anyone that has to have a business license, if you sell T-shirts, if you sell services, if you sell, you have to get a business license, annual business license. To run a parking lot, you get an annual business license. You pay a fee every single year to renew your business license. You have to. And with that fee, there's a $10 processing fee. That's the program that we use with the town. So this new tax, so the tax that used to be that the state took over the $10, is the businesses in town that do not get an annual business tax. Accounting firms, general contracting business, builders. There's a whole host of businesses that don't, screen printing, printing pressing, that do not get an annual business tax from the town. But we want to know what businesses are in town, so you have to register. So that's the new $15 tax that went in to register all the businesses in town that are not licensed on an annual basis as a business registration, or as a business license they get. So the people that get business licenses, all the businesses that get business licenses, the Dunkin' Donuts, the McDonald's, whatever, they do not have to register for this new tax. It's only the businesses that do not get an annual business license from the town and or are not regulated by the state. So that kind of explains it. The $10 processing fee is a fee that is associated with anything you do, building permit, electrical permit, any type of licensing, one-time events, any things like that, you pay a $10 fee for the program that you do it. It's all done online. And then obviously you pay a conveyance fee if you use a credit card, but if you don't want to pay that, you can come in here and just pay the money and you don't have to pay the conveyance fee. So just to kind of explain that. So, and I did talk at length about it with Councilor Petra, that's why, and there may be an idea or a solution to it, so, which may make sense to everybody, so.
No, I appreciate you going through that, Sean, but my general referral stands, but thank you for, we did have a good conversation, and I think we had some ideas, and we'll bring it to the council and see what happens.
Oh, okay, I'm just jumping in here with the agenda referrals I could put these on the agenda, no problem, but to move them forward, I need 2 people. I don't have 2 people for any of them right now.
Was I supposed to make a motion?
No.
I second it.
Thank you. Thank you, Chris. Wow, that's a first.
All 5.
I'll second Dylan's.
Any other
Thank
agenda
you.
referrals? Moving on to requests of town manager by councilors. Oh, Councilor Healy?
Do we have an update? Excuse me, do we have an update on the EMA tower at all? Have they found?
Oh, we've sent it to the state, sent all the information to the state, all the different locations. So it suggested the fire department, fire chief came up with a couple, you know, we researched them, we sent them all to the state and
That was it.
they're researching, will get back to us.
Okay, sounds
So,
good. Thank
okay.
you.
Any others for the manager? Request of the town solicitor. Hearing none. That concludes communications and reports. Citizens' comments is open to any citizen that would like to speak on any subject with a time period of 5 minutes. We have a sign-up sheet. Matthew Ferrero. Okay. So that concludes the sign-up sheet. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak at this time on any subject? Seeing none. The council is now going to possible executive session. The council may vote to go into executive session for discussion and or action regarding those items of business exempt from open meetings under Rhode Island General Laws 4246-4 and 11A, 42-46-5A2 litigation, Watch Hill Fire District et al. Versus the Town of Westerly et al., case number WM 2023-0190.
I'll make a motion to go into executive session.
Motion made is a second.
I'll second.
Seconded by Council Healy, poll vote. Council Vandover,
Yes.
Abstain.
Yes.
No.
Chair votes yes. Ms. Shalaba is not here. Motion passes. We're now in executive session. Hopefully we don't get soaked. Are you ready for us, Mary? I'd like to report out the town council met under executive session as per 4246-5A2 litigation, Watch Hill Fire District versus Town of Westerly, and received an update from our town solicitors, and no action was taken. Motion to adjourn. Seal the
Adjourn
minutes.
and seal.
Second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned.